great pleasure and a great joy that I'm here for the second year in a row of the wonderful Ana Cláudia Contait and Montero. It's a great joy and responsibility for being here with all of you women from Brazil and the world. We Forum is growing more and more every year, bringing this representativity of women. And today I heard a word, which is the Pleiad. We are here in this movement to grow, to get together and grow more and more. It's we're really glad seeing this event happening here at the Cultural Center of Bank of Brazil with the goal of supporting the female cause and promote debates that boost the economical development and professional development of women. So we see more and more women taking up roles of leadership on companies and countries. If before there was a greater number of males, now we women we are part of board company boards, and we make decisions and decide the present and the future of many people, isn't it, girls? So let's go forward in this movement. We are united for men, for women, all united for this great goal of reaching our spaces. The grandness of our event to gather this wonderful women is in this leadership played, and it's thanks to our partnerships. So we're going to thank our sponsors and supporters of the second We Forum. This is a creation of SEMEC, Women's Culture Entrepreneurs Councils, CACB, a Brazilian Commerce and Business Associations Confederation, and Wiki, Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Also, we have the sponsor, and our special thanks, because without them, nothing would be possible. ACSP, Commercial Trade Association of São Paulo, Bank of Brazil, IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, CNI, it's National Brazilian Industry Confederation, Frisian SESI, Netherlands, Schneider Electric, and Subrai. Also, we have the support of AFA+, Financial Consulting, AUI, Advanced Women Equality, Brazil Champs Sweden, Women's Club of Business Women's Club of Portugal, Mulheres Positivas, Compactor Granado, HERA, IDG, Management and Development Institute, Lady Diamond, Museu da Manhã, OBME, Brazilian Organization of Entrepreneur Women, and the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro, as well as WCFO Brazil. And of course, we have the institutional support of FEComércio Rio. Thank you so much, and also to SESC Rio and Money Report, the portal Money Report. So now we're going to watch a video of our institutional supporter, SESC Rio. We like people and their stories. And changing these people's lives, we got used to seeing these stories adding up and multiplying more than numbers. We speak about results. We're the greatest well-being program in Brazil. We are a reference in work. Sesc Senac Rio, nobody does what we do. Our special thanks to Ana Cláudia Baracotait, Lisa Soda, Mariane Feldman, Marcia Marçal, and Monica Monteiro, who really gathered all these guests of great representativity of Brazil, the world, and that is dedicated to this cause. To welcome you, we call onto the stage Mônica Monteiro, and Ana Cláudia Badra Kotaiti. A round of applause. Wonderful women. What an honor. Here we are again. Again. First, it's important to know that we're on the right way. Last year, we had so little sponsors, and here, this year we have so many more. We've gathered here 12 organizations. Yesterday was
maravilhosa que vai ser divulgada a semana que vem, mas hoje ela vai trazer uns spoilers para a gente e aí a gente vai saber, nós já sabemos, já chegamos até aqui, para onde nós queremos ir, né? Então é bom a gente ter essas fotografias, o que é que a gente já conquistou e o que é que a gente vai conquistar mais ainda, né, Silvia? Muito obrigada por estar aqui, ela vai pegar voo já, então vamos já pegar aqui, muito obrigada. Vamos sentar aqui um pouquinho.
Vamos lá. Bom, a Silvia, como a Mônica disse, ela é presidente da WIL e a Women in Leadership in Latin America, WIL, é uma organização internacional sem fins lucrativos, fundada em 2013, com sede em São Paulo e braços operativos em Nova York, Londres, Miami, Washington e Bogotá. Ela atua também na promoção de melhores práticas, pesquisas, networking, remoção de barreiras, cooperação e apoio, reconhecimento e expansão de mulheres. Não é isso, Silvia? Seja bem-vinda.
fundou a Fiesp, a gente fez um grande evento de lançamento e fundou uma organização efetivamente sem fins lucrativos. Então, a gente tem, hoje, uma rede de apoio de empresas que querem efetivamente estudar quais são os problemas que elas enfrentam e como melhorar os seus números. Então, o grande intuito da Will é trabalhar junto às empresas, e aí empresas numa grande gama de setores, todos os setores, efetivamente, para melhorar os programas de promoção da liderança. A nossa atuação é na liderança feminina. Então, essa pesquisa que vamos lançar aqui de primeira mão, falar alguns números aqui do passado, e vamos lançar no dia 30, juntamente com o jornal Valor Econômico, que nos apoia nessa pesquisa já. E Band News agora também. Justamente é uma ideia, a ideia da pesquisa, de avaliar o que as empresas têm feito, essa já é a 5ª edição da pesquisa, e premiar as melhores práticas, né? Então, a ideia aqui é criar uma competição do bem para a gente poder fazer com que as empresas melhorem os seus programas de promoção da liderança, né?
É possível identificar um país que está na frente dos outros países?
Olha, tem algumas iniciativas legislativas que causaram um bom impacto. Então, a gente vê o caso da França, por exemplo, hoje em dia, que tem os seus números muito melhorados por causa da legislação que promove, né, mulheres em conselho, que exige mulheres em conselho, né? Então, aqui a gente está falando de iniciativas de autorregulatórias da indústria e das empresas em geral, né? Então, assim, vou melhorar os meus números, tenho programas para isso, né? Mas existem iniciativas legislativas que causaram um impacto excelente. A nossa pesquisa, ela mede o mercado brasileiro, né? Então, a gente tem, hoje, só no mercado brasileiro, a gente tem um projeto de replicar isso em países da América Latina, com também com outros parceiros de mídia, porque é muito importante essa parceria midiática para também debater, né? Porque não é só pesquisar, premiar, também gerar esse fomento de melhoria dos programas, mas também divulgar o que tem sido feito, como melhorar, e isso tem causado impacto positivo aqui no Brasil. Agora,
podemos comemorar ou não?
Podemos comemorar. Tem alguns dados, assim, um dado assim, que a gente vê que melhorou muito, é a intenção das empresas de atuarem na causa da liderança feminina. Então, hoje em dia, a gente tem 88% das empresas dizendo que estão atuando e mostrando, comprovando com atuações, que estão atuando com ações positivas para a melhoria da liderança feminina em seus quadros, né? Mas, fora a pesquisa, só falando um pouquinho mais da Will, das ações da Will, rapidamente, a gente tem iniciativas em parceria com empresas. Por exemplo, a gente tem um programa que se chama DNA Women, que é com 4 bancos de investimento. Exatamente. Que é com...
Tenho falado muito sobre o DNA da mulher.
É um programa transformador. Né?
Transformador, realmente.
Esse é um programa que foi criado para o setor financeiro e por 4 bancos de investimento, Goldman Sachs, BNP Paribas, Deutsche Bank e Credit Suisse. E, na época, foi assim uma conspiração do universo que tinham 4 CEOs mulheres nesses grandes bancos de investimento quando a gente criou. E elas nos procuraram, pediram o apoio institucional da Will e o apoio de coordenadoria da Will. E, na realidade, é um programa criado para atrair talento feminino, jovem, para o mercado financeiro, que é ainda um mercado onde existe um grande desafio para a mulher, para ingresso da mulher. Inclusive, a mulher, muitas vezes, jovem, tem tem um certo temor para o mercado financeiro, né? Então, também a ideia do programa é desmistificar para a mulher jovem.
A mulher, na verdade, ela tem uma certa timidez ainda em avançar, né? O sinal, assim, em se jogar mais para alguma coisa. Então, no mercado financeiro deve ser maior ainda essa timidez. Mas também, quando ela se joga de uma vez, né?
Sim, a verdade é que existe, né, esse paradigma de falar, não, realmente eu não vou ter espaço, né? Então, a mulher estudante já procura um outro, né, que está se formando em economia, já procura um outro direcionamento por um certo temor do mercado financeiro, especialmente bancos de investimento. Onde, historicamente, havia um machismo estrutural, existe ainda, não vamos negar, e temos que combatê-lo, né? E esse programa é muito bacana porque os bancos competidores se uniram para promover essa causa em comum. Então, a gente tem mentores de bancos concorrentes para cada candidata. Então, cada candidata tem um homem e uma mulher de bancos diferentes que são concorrentes, mas se uniram pela causa. Então, eu achei muito bacana isso, ver a iniciativa privada se unindo por um bem comum. E, ao final do programa, essas candidatas acabam conseguindo um estágio também. Então, assim,
todo mundo pode participar? Como é que funciona isso?
Sim, todo mundo pode participar.
Então, você é só entrar no site da Will,
sim.
É isso. Você quer colocar já aqui a peixe? Estou preocupada só
tá, com o tempo, né? A gente vai falando aqui.
Eu só queria te perguntar sobre as práticas de incentivo às mulheres de liderança, se você pode destacar as mais utilizadas.
Sim, sim. Eu vou, então, mostrar alguns slides, que aí a gente aproveita.
Melhor, Ana, a gente ficar para lá de cá, enquanto ela mostra aqui, para a gente não ficar na frente.
Vamos ver.
Ficar junto com você.
Deixa eu ver aqui. Eu vou iniciar os slides, vamos ver se... Rapidinho. Bom, aqui até aproveitar para fazer uma menção ao Instituto Ipsos, que nos ajuda com todas as nossas pesquisas. Vou pular aqui 2, porque esse aqui é só um panorama da pesquisa, para mostrar para vocês que, hoje em dia, e é muito bacana ver isso, em 22 a gente tem até um crescimento ainda maior, de ver a empresa nacional entrando mais para a pesquisa, que a gente... Com a pesquisa, a gente vê o quanto a gente acaba importando de práticas de incentivo à liderança que estão presentes no mundo, porque as multinacionais vêm trazendo essas práticas para o Brasil. Bom, aqui a gente tem um panorama, se eu voltar um pouquinho, de tudo que é mesurado na pesquisa, né? Então, quais são as... Voltando à pergunta, quais são as práticas que a gente vê como muito importantes? Estratégia e estrutura. Por exemplo, programas de mentoria e, hoje em dia, programas de sponsorship, porque a gente quer acelerar a carreira da mulher. Não é só mentorar a mulher e fazer com que ela tenha dentro da empresa uma referência para que ela possa crescer, mas a gente quer encurtar o caminho de crescimento. Então, o programa de sponsorship é muito valioso hoje em dia para isso. Outra questão que é muito importante é a questão de metas. A gente tem aqui um slide de metas, depois eu volto aqui para os outros, mas eu vou mostrar rapidamente aqui os nossos quadros de perguntas que fazemos às empresas a respeito de metas. Meta é fundamental, porque, assim como os dados financeiros, temos metas e qualquer estratégia corporativa, se a gente não tiver metas para que, de alguma forma, esse valor seja considerado um valor extremamente importante dentro da empresa, e seja parte da estratégia da empresa, a equidade de gênero nunca vai crescer. Então, é uma pergunta extremamente importante e é uma pontuação grande que as empresas levam, porque tem a premiação também, as empresas que tenham meta. Qual o desafio que a gente vê ainda hoje? A gente vê o desafio de muita empresa tendo meta sem prazo. E isso é uma coisa complicada, porque, assim, não, eu quero chegar a 30% de mulheres, ou 40%, hoje em dia vemos metas até mais agressivas, 50%, que seria o ideal, né, o mundo perfeito. Mas não estabelece um prazo para que isso seja atingido. Então, é uma meta que acaba não tendo aquele impacto que a gente gostaria de ter. Mas o que a gente tem observado é um crescimento grande de metas, tanto para a empresa como para os executivos. Muitas vezes, entrando na métrica de grandes empresas para remuneração, para bônus. Então, aquele líder que não promove mulheres para a liderança, ele acaba não ganhando bônus, ele tem que se justificar. Então, isso é extremamente importante, e isso gera também, ao entorno da empresa, uma mudança dos valores culturais da empresa. Então, eu acredito que, se a gente tivesse que estabelecer 3 políticas que são fundamentais, eu mencionaria envolvermos a alta liderança na questão da equidade de gênero, equidade e inclusão, né, que é muito importante a gente ter certeza que as pessoas, a diversidade como um todo está sendo inclusa da maneira adequada, e eu menciono isso muito no caso das mulheres pretas e pardas, que, infelizmente, muitas vezes a gente não tem referências suficientes. Então, entra aquela mulher na empresa extremamente talentosa, uma mulher preta, que não encontra nenhuma outra pessoa como ela, uma base de referência na empresa, e ela não é inclusa no time da maneira como ela deveria ser. Então, assim, isso é extremamente importante.
Mas aí eu te pergunto o seguinte, essa inclusão, a gente poderia usar uma campanha de conscientização, alguma coisa dessa forma, para poder promover essa inclusão?
Sim, sim. E a gente mediu especialmente...
Can we have a awareness campaign? How can we promote this campaign, this inclusion? Well, this year we measured that companies are worried about that, and this type of a campaign is growing. On any company, they are worried not only about having intern campaigns, but also external campaigns, showing to their suppliers and clients and vendors and etc. They're asking for the whole chain to have the same attitude, and this is transforming. But of course, we need to grow a lot, especially when we start thinking about intersectionalities. I need to have more women, and I need to have more black and brown women in leadership. This is making our programs more sophisticated, and it's more challenging to achieve those goals and metrics. I was talking about 3. The first was to enroll the CEO. The second one is to have clear goals, and the third one is changing the company's culture as a whole. The union of everything that they are doing and the impact that this can generate. If we can mention those 3, I think they are the most important one, and the research is very comprehensive, but every company should at least think about these 3 items. Let me try to show you some numbers, just to show you how much we are seeing the growth in mentorship here in Brazil. It's not something rare, or only multinational or global companies will do mentorship in Brazil. Almost 60% of all companies in Brazil, or the ones that we research, have mentorship programs. It's an evolution. But what do we see? And now I need to make some criticisms here on how we need to grow. We see a lot of communication.
Prática para ter esses números no ano que vem sejam já outros aqui.
Obrigada pela
Silvia
oportunidade.
é advogada. Muito obrigada por estar fazendo esse trabalho todo. A Will tem esse curso, eu acho que é legal passar o endereço da UIL, para quem quiser se inscrever no curso de matemática. Eu vou dizer porque eu estou me inscrevendo em outro curso, eu estava falando ali afora, eu já estou fazendo outro curso de matemática agora, que começa em maio, já estou cheio de lição de casa para fazer. Então, assim, é importante fazer. Mas não tem tempo? Tem sim. Tem sim. Então, assim, vamos estudar mais. Eu estou fazendo isso porque eu faço isso o tempo inteiro, né? Então, assim, agora eu vou começar outro curso de matemática. Façam o mesmo, gente. Matemática, tá? É
Então,
isso.
entrem no site da Will e se inscrevam.
Sim, né, se inscrevam até para receber a nossa newsletter, para receber dados atualizados. É tudo pro bono, é tudo gratuito. Nosso site é latamwill.org. E eu queria aproveitar, se eu posso aqui rapidamente, empresas que queiram promover lideranças, mulheres pretas e pardas. Nós lançamos no ano passado um programa pioneiro, que a gente vai começar agora esse ano de novo, que é para empresas que já tenham, né, elas já têm uma gerente que é um talento e querem acelerar a carreira da mulher preta e parda. Então, a gente tem esse programa, que ele é para acelerar essa carreira, para promover, e é um ano de mentoria. E nós tivemos um resultado excelente. Ano passado, 30% das participantes foram promovidas. Então, a gente ficou muito, muito feliz. Vamos replicar esse ano e vamos abrir as inscrições brevemente. Então, assim, a empresa que põe a sua candidata ali, patrocina a sua própria candidata, e aí ela tem a oportunidade de ter esse um ano de mentoria. É muito bacana. Eu espero, assim, ele chama EBWL. Então, também tem todas as informações no nosso site para as empresas que queiram participar, porque a gente sabe que é um desafio ainda a gente melhorar os números, e a ideia é justamente apoiar as empresas para que melhorem os seus números.
Obrigada,
Ana,
Silvia.
Mônica, desculpe interromper aqui, mas nós temos uma pergunta da Aline.
Every year. And when we talk about goals, each company will answer what are their goals, and Ipsos will prepare the statistic based on each company's goal. Can you repeat the website again? LATAM WELL.org. If you just enter Google and you write Will Latam, you are going to find us. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Silvia Fazio. These are impressive data that will show the improvement on how women are growing in every company and how we are evolving in gender equity. Let's just take a picture of you. And let's move to the second forum of women entrepreneurs, We Forum, that you are now here on Centro Cultural do Banco do Brasil. And we're going to follow up and know more the current scenario of Brazil.
Thank you, and Sylvia. It's important to know further the present scenery, to know where and how can we have greater visibility. And this forum came to show that women are doing business much easier, in a much easier way, connected to different countries and activities. Several achieved advancements will be presented, but the responsibility of changing numbers is still very challenging. I'd like to remind you all that our forum is being broadcasted through YouTube, so throughout the whole day we are broadcasting virtual online. And after, if you take pictures, you do selfies, we would like to ask you to tag Semek Mulher and hashtag WeForum. So this joint effort of people and organizations generated 6 panels, gathering speakers and represented organizations. This meeting gathers leaders with great representativity in our countries to improve women's empowerment in Brazil, in policies, and in Brazilian society. We try to have a comprehensive range of subjects and perspectives, different cases, innovative practices for this discussion. Women have more and more space in the industry of innovation. So the opening panel of the second day of Women Entrepreneur Forum, We Forum, will be innovation and technology. Is there a market and space for growth? According to the Innovation Global Index, Brazil's in second place in Latin America, and it can reach leadership with some effort and organization, although we are in 50th, fourth in the world ranking, an advancement of 3 positions concerning 2022, 2021. And the scenery, the women's presence is very important. Information from the Works Ministry show that women's participation in technology market went from 80% in the last 7 years, going from 27.9 thousand women to more than 50,000 in 2022. We can improve even more, and only 5% of Brazilian startups are founded by women. So we need to improve that, isn't it, girls? So to talk a little bit more about this, we would like to call onto the stage Mrs. Carla Pinheiro, President of Women's Council of Virgin SESI. She's going to be our moderator of this theme. So, but before we have a video from Virgin SESI. Industry's transformation and Virgin SESI transform in health and well-being for workers and productivity for companies and even culture for everyone. With a humanized education that also uses science, technology, the Virgin SESI school develops the critical thinking and innovation with robotics, maker activities, gamifications and arts, and transforms a student into protagonist. We are partners in risk management and safe life of the workers. And Frisian says it contributes for companies and change prevention into productivity. We provide promotion in health in its activities and gyms, and also transformation throughout culture, and it changed care into well-being. And when this reaches society, we change people's lives. Hail to transformation. Let's call on to the stage Carla Pinheiro. And for this panel, also we'd like to invite to the stage the moderator, Elisa Solman, CEO of the Swedish Chamber of Commerce, Sweden Chamber of Commerce, and Vice President of Wiki Brazil, Fabiano Funari, Country Head Brazil in HCL Technologies, Marisa Regini, Vice President of Digital Business and Technology of Bank of Brazil, Lindália Junqueira, Ambassador of Women in Tech in Brazil, and Mia Stark, CEO of Gazette Brazil. Welcome, all of you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with you, with these inspiring women, and I'd like to take a bit of this space to talk about the concept of women in industry. Why Women's Council? Why do we need a women's board? Aren't we here to discuss that we need to be everywhere? But Joyce, why is it important to have a women's secretary? Because we want to discuss budget and transportation, but This shows the need of the institution and leadership of institution for this gender equity gaze. So I believe that soon we won't have women's councils because we will be in every council, in every board. When I went to Fusion's president and I told him that we needed to create a women's committee, especially in the industry. Do you know a place that is less friendly to women than a factory floor? We've grown hearing, this is not work for you, girl. You cannot speak this way. You cannot dress like that. And within factories, this was always a huge paradigm to be shifted. So Monica asked me to talk a little bit about my story. I have an industry in jewelry sector, and people say jewelry only women. No, that's a lie. Women is part of sales teams, the owners, the industries, the business people. They're all men. I'm an engineer. I came from a financial market, and afterwards I went to this industry sector that is very male dominated. And I said that to our president. We need to have this gaze to change from within. It's no good just speaking. We need to be. And we created this council with three paramount pillars. One is this woman of entrepreneurship in the basis of pyramid. When we look at Brazil and to the state of Rio, we see that this woman is the driver of economy. There's no social development, no sustainable and economical growth without this woman, because during pandemic we saw that this woman had to become an entrepreneur. These women don't even know they're entrepreneur. They don't know they have credit lines. We have in back of Brazil this Bibi para elas credit lines. So women does a lot with less resources, and they need to have the conditions. Most of these women entrepreneurs, they're still afraid to go into a bank or ask for a credit or a microcredit. So we want to build together with these women and hold their hands, because we understand that these women's mothers and grandmothers that really provide for over 50% of families in Brazil. And for that, we need to talk about the training pillar. My dear friend Joyce is here. We have a wonderful project which is Elas in Indústria. She in industry. This year we'll have 2,000 spots to train women and girls in professions that were mainly male. We have electricians, welders. We need to create a basis so they can grow within the industry sector. And as it was said in the previous panel, our gaze going to another end of the pyramid, which are the administration boards and public policies. Private and public policies, because we need women with decision power, women with budget, women who hold pens, because only this will accelerate this path for equality. If we carry on in the same rhythm, it's more than 100 years. And if we talk about administration boards, it's 300 years. So we don't want to accept that. So we need to place women in command roles. And for that, they need to be trained and understand the purpose. We see in the media that women are leaving leadership roles. But why? It's because the administration board is not a glass ceiling. It's a locked ceiling. They don't have spaces, and they don't even understand the purpose of being there. So we want to show the purpose and show that she has to occupy that space. And I'd like to use the space, and Lindalia, our future counselor of our Frisian Women's Council, so that we can effectively create this network that is already present. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to link to initiatives such as today's of We Forum. We want to walk together because that's how we'll walk faster. And we've just signed the principles of women's empowerment in UN Women. We're highly committed to the goal number 5, aiming respect to equality and ascension of women in workplace. I will I will only wanted to say welcome, saying that also that the Frisian Women Frisians Council needs a lot of help and participation. I'd like to thank the partnership with the We Forum, and end with a quote of our poet Adélia Prado. She's a writer and scientist, and 87 years old. She's very modern, and she says, "Woman is unfoldable, and I am." Thank you so much. Now, Elisa Soma, CEO from the Brazil-Sweden Chamber of Commerce and Vice President of with Brazil. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Good morning. I'd like, as we are being broadcasted, I'd like to say hello to our international guests and my colleagues and my team in Sweden. Good afternoon, because it's already afternoon in Europe. It's a great pleasure being here at the second We Forum. I will always be changing because of a slight issue. It's a great pleasure being here in the second edition of Women Entrepreneur Forum, a platform that aims to link women from all of the globe, because there's no gender equity if there's no financial independence. I'm Elisa Suman. I'm a black woman, brown and hair and eyes. I'm wearing a dark blue dress. I am the mother of 3 boys, the daughter of a Rio de Janeiro people, and I was married to a Swedish man, and I live for 28 years in Sweden. And as it has been said, I am the Brazil-Sweden Chamber of Commerce, and I am CEO and also Vice President of WC Brazil. Today, I will have the pleasure of moderating this panel of innovation and technology. So I'd like to greet a few international guests that we have the pleasure of having here. The Mrs. Eunice Romero Rivera, General Director of Anti-Racism's Refugee of Government of Catalonia, who was here, and Mrs. Victoria Diogo from the Parliament of Mozambique. And talk about women, innovation, and technology with Lindália Junqueira, Ambassador of Women in Tech in Brazil, Mia Stark, CEO of Gazette Brazil, Marisa Regini, Vice President of Digital Business and Technology of Bank of Brazil, and Fabiano, that's hard for you, Country Head of Brazil at HCL Technologies. Thank you so much for being here. So let's begin with the Carioca engineer that 2 days ago was awarded Nilce da Silveira.
Lindália Junqueira is the CEO and founder of Hacking Rio, considered the biggest hackathon of Latin America. I'm not mature enough to read that. Every time I read that, I want to clap my hands and do so because I have a microphone on my hand. She was the first woman to be chosen on the Singularity Research Aims of NASA. She was the first one to be picked. She was also the vice president of the administration council of CT Smart. She's part of the board of FEComércio and, among other things, an ambassador of Women in Tech that operates in over 100 countries and wants to impact millions of women. See the responsibility. Let's see that. According to the Microsoft Philanthropies report, 31% of girls on high school, they believe that jobs that require codes or programming are not for them. How can we start solving this question, this problem of diversity in technology? Wow, that's an easy question, right? Give me some numbers. What is lacking? Well, first of all, Elisa, thank you for your invitation. And Monica, I'm quite emotional to be here to see how much we grew in representative with so many women being leaders, CEOs, being part of each sector of economy. Congratulations to you. You were bold and you went forward. And if I'm here today and if I got to NASA, it's on my mother's. It's her fault. We need to have an environment at home of someone that will say, you can, you will. She was a Portuguese immigrant. She came very poor here to Brazil, 15-year-old, and she wanted to study. And women couldn't go to school or to college at that point. It was forbidden. And she taught me something that was very, very important, and no one could teach me that on any college. The better way to multiply is to share. When you start sharing, and as Cora Carolina will say, happy are those that can teach what they know. I studied in a public university. I wanted to be an engineer and a musician, and I am a musician. I played piano without having a piano. I could only have a piano when someone donated to me when I was 12. And I was studying using my imagination. I had an imaginary table where I would play piano, and my mother would always say, you are going to change your history by studying. And the first thing, we need to make them study. The girls need to study, and they need to experience new technologies. Just to give you some context, in Brazil, 60% of those who graduate in college are women. We are a majority on universities and that graduate, and only 20% on engineer schools. This is not something that comes from school or family. They're not going to say, go there, go be an engineer. If we can be a pilots on a stove, why can we not be pilots on a plane? You are not on the STEAM area. You're never on the science, technology, or engineer areas. And we are working a lot on our base, going to the communities, making families and mothers understand and allow kids and girls to study. And this data will change their lives. In this area of engineer, the Brascom, that is the association, Brazilian Association of Communication, we have a gap of 250 positions on IT with good demand. You can get incomes of 5,000 up to 20,000 income. This will change someone's life. And we need to work this because only 20% of that base are on women on this market on this sector. On all companies, all technology companies, only 20% are women. These opportunities on the market, they can push, they can encourage women to break that invisible barrier. There is a barrier. When you talk to people in communities, they would say, I cannot go to the technology area because you need to be a genius. I'm not a genius. You don't need to be a genius. You need to understand mathematics, it's logic, it's a process. There's a invisible barrier that we need to break, and this is because why in 2013, when I created Navi, the first accelerator for startups in Brazil, we brought girls from communities to work on a boot camp, on a day immersion. They were learning by doing. In 4 hours, we broke that idea. We used methodology from MIT. They were able to create an app, and they said, "Oh my God!" And then they presented what they produced, and this changed those lives. We opened a bottle. We broke a stereotype. First, we need to break this internal and the prejudice and the environment that talks against it, and then you need to improve the learning process and the learning cycle. Monica said she's learning maths now. It's not just diversity or ESG or impact or getting to goals. It's an economic thing. This 270 positions that we are lacking of people to work, we are losing 75 millions of reais because we don't have girls working on these positions, you know. And since 2013, as you mentioned, we have this growing movement. We are working on those bases, and we want to include these girls on the market, on the workforce. And it's hard because they are juniors, they are learning, and they have to compete against some people that are working for longer, a long time. Once I was talking to someone in Microsoft, and I said, I want an intervention. I want 50% of the base made of women, and this is what they did. But you need to have a force, you need to have balance. It's not a fight against men or any kind of gender or age, because I had faced some age prejudice for being woman, for being immigrant, and now because I'm almost 60 years. I mean, there are many prejudices that we need to face, but you have to work in a way that inside the company, this growth, it's continuous. Otherwise, you are imposed, people will offer. If without an intervention, this is not going to work in an organic thing. We had a WY research that showed us that it would took us 80 years to reach gender equity. And now, Ana Fonte was representing us in Brazil, was 133 years. So what is going on? We went from 80 to 133 for gender equity. Things are going wrong. We need to work on people's head, on the family's head, on the mindset. Joyce Trindade from the Women's Secretary here in Brazil, in Rio, sorry. She's here, and she's developing opportunities on the market for these girls to have access. And I would like to show you a video. Okay, so we are going to see the video afterwards. How we are acting on our program that started in 2017 to digital inclusion, advocacy, to impact 5,000 women in 2030. Up to 2030, Brazil is now on the map. We are integrating all these movements that we are seeing here, women leading or technology or in boards. And we are going to back to see your video, okay? Thank you, Lindalia. It's important to see this perspective, this overview of women on technology and innovation field. But I'm curious regarding Christopher Friesman, the British economist. He created the Innovation and Technology School after post-war. Innovation is what develop new products and improved products and the use of new ones or improved process. I wanted to share that with you because when we think about innovation, always come to mind like a cell phone or a rocket, and we forget about innovation in management. And our next speaker, she's going to talk about that, about innovation in management. Gazet Brasil. Gazet Brasil is a unit here in Brazil from Israel and works in the support of developing commercial centers all around Brazil. Gazet has 150 centers all around the world, and Gazet has 6 centers, commercial centers in São Paulo, and works in 2 different ones. There are Cidade Jardim and Eldorado. If you know São Paulo well, you know what I'm talking about. The operation in Brazil represents 18% of all assets in Brazil, in the world. Nia Stark, she's a woman, soldier, mother. She's the CEO that is leading this company for the last 8 years here in Brazil. And this, just pay attention, the assets in Brazil went from 200 million reais during her administration to 4,000 million reais. Mia, you were awarded by Forbes as Best CEOs in Brazil. You received a lot of awards on your management abilities, design, entertainment. We talked about your management model, and I need to mention that, I recognize some similarities with the founder of IKEA, one of the biggest retailers of the world, but I want to know what is the secret behind Mia Stark's model administration.
Model.
Okay, so
We will be studying this in the future.
okay. Bom dia a todos e muito obrigada por.
Good morning to you all.
I am a CEO. This.
I think you.
Okay, I am a CEO of Gazette Brazil, which is part of the global company. And when I came to Brazil a decade ago, I was the first CEO in the segment. And I was a woman, I was foreigner, and I was coming to a country that when I landed, I said, where do we even start? So I think what my strategy is really to focus on how I can be different in this segment and in this country. So the first thing we did is that focus only in Sao Paulo, because Brazil is huge. I'm coming from a country of 9 million, so I came to a city of 12 million, for a city of 12 million. And for us to be like the other company that have shopping malls in all other cities were very difficult. It's time management and different people. So when in 2013, when I arrived, the first thing I did is to come with a strategy of having 7-kilometer radius from our offices in Vila Olympia. With that being said, I will be able to visit the malls and make a difference, meet the tenants, and create value to the shoppings. And I think the smartest move was to start small with big impact. So the first mall we acquired was Top Center on Paulista Avenue. Paulista Avenue is one of the most famous avenues in Sao Paulo. And we bought a very small shopping, but with very big impact because we were able to transform it, not just money-wise, but also the tenant mix very, very fast. And that was a very fast impact because shortly after, everybody knew who we are. And then talking about innovation, because you invited me to this panel, when I came, there was a land that was acquired from previous management in Morumbi, across from a very matured mall. So we had to build this on the land, and I said, how can I be innovative? How can I be creative? And in a way, fight the mall across the street. And that forced us actually to think outside the box. So we built Morumbi Town Shopping in Morumbi, and we really cherry-picked the tenants that were going to be in the mall. So for example, we opened NBA flagship store. This is the third NBA in the world, which is very nice. And then we had, let's have a soccer field on the rooftop, and let's have a volleyball in the parking lot, outside the parking lot. So I think being a woman, it's tough enough, but you have to ask more for yourself, to stand out, to be really unique in this segment in order for others to really see the value that you bring to the table. When I joined Gazette, it's a personal story, but I will tell you, I moved I am from Israel. I served the army for 2 years. I moved to the United States to study. And then when I learned about this global company, Gazette, which was very close to me because it was based in the US, but had the roots in Israel. So, and then when I read about it in the newspaper, I said, I have to work in this company. No matter if they have a job or not have a job, I have to get in. So I just went there. I was brave enough just to go there, knock on the door, and ask to talk to the CEO back then. He wasn't there, but he called me and he asked me to meet with the vice president. And then he asked me, why do you want to work here? I said, because I know what I worth. I know what the value I can bring to this table. But I was with the second baby. I had the second child back then. And he said to me, well, you should, don't you think that you want to rather be a teacher? And I said, sometimes in life you have this moment when this encouragement make you even more encouraged to prove them right. Yeah. So I said, no, I don't. And then I called again to the CEO. He met with me and I said, no matter if you have a position or not, Monday I'm starting here, and sure, let's give it a try for 3 months. If you don't see the value that I can bring to the table, we're just gonna separate ways. And that was a fairy tale, but it was a true fairy tale because here I am, more than 15 years later, I'm still the CEO of this company.
So Mia, if we are to start a Mia book of recommendations, I think the first rule, it will be, do not accept no. Não aceite o não. There we have the first phrase for the book. Nós temos a primeira frase do livro. Começou aqui, viu, gente? Lembre-se, quando ela negar os
Remember that the book started here.
Remember that the book started here.
So now, let's move to our next guest. She's from Bauru. She's married. She has a 18 and a 80 years old. Just here, we could stop, right? But no, that's not enough to her. Because with an 18 and an 8-year-olds, it's a small boy and a teenager. She's 24 years old. She's 24 years in her company in Banco do Brasil, and 18 of these years dedicated to technology. She has an MBA in IT and engineering. She has a qualification for counseling on EBGC, and she's now the Vice President of Digital Business of Banco do Brasil in February 2023. As we know, this is Marisa Neghini.
But that's not all. As we know, it's the first time in 214 years of the history of Bank of Brazil that it has a woman in its presidency. And for the first time, a, a administration board in which women are more than half of its numbers. But we also know, Marisa, that in IT market the number of women is inferior to men, which also reflects in the internal numbers of the bank. So how does Banco Brazil reflects that? Welcome. Thank you. It's a great pleasure being here with you. Thank you for the invitation. We're at home. This is our home. When we say 24 years working in the bank, it might sound strange for you because people change companies, but in Bank of Brazil, people come in and we want to stay more and more here. If we could stay working 40, 50 years here, it would be amazing. But well, it's a novelty because we're really happy with Taiciana Medeiros as our first woman president, and she began revolutionizing as every woman. We started doing things, and she invited us, myself, Carla Nesi, Vice VP of Retail, and Ana Cristina, VP, Corporate VP. And it began with the change in the council. We we always joke that we inaugurated the women's restroom of the 15th floor, top floor of the building, and we celebrate every step of women give. So, and how do I see diversity? And this is what we're talking about here throughout the day. It's important to have different people thinking and sharing ideas and projects that with a different kind of gaze. And in my 24 years in the bank and 18 years working in this technology a field, and we only have 21% of women, and we began to really get bothered by that. What are we going to do to change this? We are a mixed company, a mixed economy company, so we have to do an exam to get into the bank. So when we decided to do some process to select people, and there were some processes in which women didn't even sign up because we tried to find out what was happening. The first thing is that it's a very small basis, and the second is the fear that every woman has when we have to find this. Então, we created a movement, Women in IT, and it has some ideas. And we thought that it's possible that in IT we have several positions. We think it's only coding or hardware, and we start explaining several professions we have. So we've been going in universities, and recently we have the apprentice for minors, And we started. We were having a class, and at the end of the training, three 14 years old girls said, and she called me, Andy. How can I sign up for the IT exam? And with the small actions, we are really happy because we see how things are changing, and it doesn't take too much. And the other front we're working on, it's selling to other women from the bank. We have about 83, 84,000 workers. How is technology? How, what can you learn with it? And the fact that I took over the VP position, I began receiving several WhatsApp messages and emails asking me, teach me, what can I do to be there where you are one day? And another thing we've been done several mentorship with analysts. So this desire of being managers grows. And so I always try to say, look, I'm here, it's possible, I am a mom, I am married, I have to face all the issues that women have to. So it's step-by-step work, it takes time, but we're really optimistic and happy. So thank you so much. And now, this is really going to, things are going to heat up. We have the only male participant of the panel, who is Fabiano Funari. He's a country head of Brazil in HCL Technologies, a company from India, to boost the digitalization of business with more than 30 years of in the business. He has been in companies such as WIPO and Tibet. Presently, it's supported by a global company. He's focused in delivering positive results for the Brazilian market and wants to promote innovation and digital transformation impacting clients, workers, and communities in Brazil. Fabiana comes from a family of great women and men that for many generations understood the importance of gender equality. Fabiano, thank you. He deserves it. You will listen a bit to the story. Before you talk, what are the HCL Tech initiatives to bring more women for the technology market? I wanted you to talk a little bit about the history of the women and men that inspired you. Thank you for the opportunity, Anna Monica, for inviting us. Sometimes I get moved when I tell the story, but you were talking about women not studying, and the story of my life began with my great-grandfather sending his three daughters to study in the capital of São Paulo State, São Paulo City, and he lived in very far when they went to study in São Paulo, and they incentivized them to go to college. His three daughters, my grandmother's was one of the first. It was in the first pharmacist classes in university in Brazil, and and but my mother worked up to until she was 80 years old. She's very well known in the working conditions, relationships, and really, I'm really proud of them. I have a wonderful wife that really helps me in my career. Also, I have incentivized her. She's in the IT career. She was more in operational uh, positions. And I say, I know several IT executives, and you're much better than them. And I incentivize her to go to this management and administration position. Now she works, and she's very good at it. I have three kids, and I am already grandfather of three grandkids, and one of them has a huge games organization. And recently, a lot of people talked about him in the media because he decided to give the same salary for boys and girls who are gamers in the company, and that so fathers be the example, live this example. And I talked here about five generation. My great grandfather, Felipe Fanero, he's owner of WSET-M. It was really, it really is in the news, and so many men were support for women, and women were supporting men. My father always supported my mother and acknowledged her. And my mother is a daughter of a domestic worker and a housemaid, and she had to help her brothers to study because they had a priority. Afterwards, she managed to complete her studies, and she was very successful as well. Well, this is what creates us and makes us manage our business in this way. So, but now I'd like you to talk about the HCL Tech initiatives for inclusion of more women. A few things were Lindara said about the aspect, the amount of spots that we have in the sector, 260,000. We want to reach the number of 780,000 just to provide the local market. Brazil exports technology and technology services. And without exploring that, we still have a huge opportunity. And the paradox in it is that we have a great deal of numbers that that are unemployed, and women especially, that could enter this market. So as we said, it's a market that is very important, and this is an issue that comes from home. Nobody incentivizes girls to study science, technology, engineering, and maths, STEM, as you said. And I was talking to Pia, and girls are incentivized to go to other segments. I don't have numbers in Brazil, but in US, 6 years old girls, they already consider themselves less intelligent boys because this is a problem that comes from the basis from the beginning. So we have to work in both senses. First, we need to help in training and mentorship, and we have a partnership with a few organizations. We work in more than 160 countries with mentorship, trainings, and hackathons that are done globally in India, US, and Europe. And also, we've been working on the other hand, on the other side, as Silvia said, it has to be a top-down decision from the CEOs. And we really associated for UN Women, we for she, and from 2025, all our talent acquisition has to be balanced 50-50 men and women, globally wise. Today, I feel myself representing 25% of women that we have here in Brazil and the 23% that we have globally. Considering that HCL has 23,000 employees globally, we have more than women in IT, 50,000 women in IT in Brazil. I didn't have this number, but it was said here. So we have more than 50,000 women in our organization in the IT, and representing this HCL, 50,000 women from HCL. But our chairperson, we need to change this name for chairman. It has to be chair lady or chairperson, which is the right way to say it nowadays. Roshini, we tried to bring her, but unfortunately her schedule didn't allow it. She's one of the most influential women in Asia, and she's our boss and one of the 50 most influential women in the world. She's a very young and inspiring leader, and she has helped us to implement these actions. Congratulations. No, that's very nice. So to sum up our panel, I'd like to ask each one of you from your area, what are the next steps?
Women. Rapidinho. Começa com você, já que você está com o microfone, depois você volta.
Well, we need to have this double action from the bottom and the top down from organizations. We need to have unity. I liked what Silvia said, Silvia Fazio, of the competing banks doing an action such as this. Here in Brazil, I don't see this in Brazil happening, but in ANESCOM in India is very strong, and looking at the market as a whole and not their own business. So, in my opinion, we need a top-down decision of business people and a people training people, especially women, in the sense because, as she said, it's an average salary of 8,000 reais from family within the IBGA research is a class B. So if you employ 500,000 people and putting them in the class B, you put about 2 to 3 million people into class B, only training and graduating this 500,000 people. So this is very important. Also, I'd like to add what Fabian said, is demystification of technology for women, so that everybody, it's important for everybody to understand the different professions. You were saying, he was talking about partnerships, and we're going to create a partnership soon because the technology companies have a lot of this. So it's also something that the bank is trying to create with our partners. How can we join efforts to do all this? And as Fabiano said, the training and encouraging of women, we're going to work in the basis, but we need to think about the next steps when they become managers and administrators. Here in Brazil, I was talking about in terms, global terms, here in Brazil and Mexico, we're doing a lab for the same training for 2,700 girls.
I was in high school. My last project was about women in leadership. It was 30 years ago. And I think that business itself, I never consider myself as a woman, because if you consider yourself as a woman, you have blocks already. So I consider myself as a person, because the bottom line is that we are all here temporarily on this planet. And the fact is, no matter if you're a woman or a man or both, but we are here for a reason. So be a good reason. And I think you have to take chances, you have to be fearless, you have to fulfill your dreams, because life is short. And in a field of horses, be a unicorn.
Uau! Em um campo de entre os cavalos, seja um unicórnio.
So, before we're going to show a video that Lindalia, with the work that Lindalia develops. But before that, I'd like to say a few things. That this is a volunteer initiative, and each one of us from the team responds for an area. So, I'd like to acknowledge those who supported and made this moment of the event possible, and I'd like to thank of course, all of you speakers. Thank you so much. And I was really admiring you for your participation. So I'd like to thank the Museu do Amanhã, Bank of Brazil, the wonderful Lindalia Junqueira, who held my hand many times, not only now as a speaker, Rodrigo Orcioli, Roberto William Velasquez, Priscila Amaral, Tatiana Magalhães, the secretary, Joyce Trindade and her team, the ambassador, Leda Lucia Camargo, Sheikh Mosabi Narwan Al Maktoum from Arab Emirates, who couldn't be here but sent a message to us. You'll see at the website of the event the Governor Helena Mack-Hudson from the Västerbotten in Sweden, our dear councillors of Wiki, Women Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. As we say, if we could stand up and just say hello so we get to know who you are, this wonderful people. Cristina Falcão and the team of Money Report, our WeForum team, all our CEMEC team, CACP, on behalf and represented by Olival Jr. Thank you for the partnership. And a round of applause to our Gabriela Nascimento, our Gabby, who really organized this with many sleepless nights. And also I'd like to thank the pillars of WeForum, Ana Claudia Badracotait, and the dear partners in Marianne Feldman, and the heart of this initiative, personification of courage, Mônica Monteiro. And thank you, all of you, because this forum is made by all of us. Thank you for your trust, and thank you so much. Now we'll call the video, but this is the hope that we have here. It's amazing. We have several challenges, and I was with the President of Croatia, Kolinda. I was with the Princess of Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mosa. The challenges are the same ones, with money or not. I was in Kenya, in Africa, that has a very low human development index. And so I like to show a very quick video, if you could show it, so you can see that everything begins with the seed, and we've been working in Chapadão, which is one of the lowest HDI in the States, and more of those predators. And we're working with blockchain and new technologies, that what we can do and what we can make Brazilians show the way to be successful in our world.
foto agora, isso. Obrigada, Elisa. Obrigada a todos os palestrantes.
Thank you, Elisa. Thank you, all the speakers. Let's take a picture, an official picture. For our second week forum, Women Entrepreneur Forum, with several insights. Great women. Very nice, thank you. So, the forum considers that it's fundamental the strengthening of industry. Thank you all. The panel Industry of Women Entrepreneur Forum, will talk about the need of strengthening the sector to ensure development. One of the challenges is the this word is kind of hard. Desindustrialization that affects Brazilian competitivity and blocks female presence. In this unequal scenario, there are concentrating bottlenecks. On one hand, we have the agribusiness on the center, west, and north of Brazil, and the oil and gas segment in the southeast shore. And they are non-stop developing, but there are infrastructural difficulties in sectors such as the petrochemical and automotive, with several units closing. In agribusiness, the female presence in all the chain is 13% in the chemist area, 14% in oil. And facing the lack of industrial consistent policies, these unbalances tend to increase. So I'd like to call to the stage the mobilizator Joyce Trindade, Secretary of Promotion Policies, Women Promotion Policies in the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro. Round of applause to Joyce. So this is what we're doing. We're disputing future, disputing tomorrow, the 100 years that we still have to go to reach gender equality and the work for women's equality. Good morning, everyone, to all women, and good morning to all our allies. It's a morning to reflect, but also to create strategies. It's very important to present myself a bit because it also represents defines the place where I came from and where I want to go. I'm Joyce Trindade. I'm 26 years old. I became a municipal secretary at 24 years old, and this is quite uncommon in the reality of Brazilian politics. But it's important to show that my pathway has nothing in terms of extraordinary, unless, but it's a history of a young black woman coming from the poor communities from Rio. And this leadership meetings is made of women that strengthen among each other and saying we are not conformed, we are not agreeing with this pathway. We want to redesign our next steps. So thank you so much for joining, getting together and strengthening several other women. And I bring this because when we talk about a future construction, I'd like to bring three magic words, but that we think that you all know, that also defines a lot. One of them is that, first one is that before this first zero actually is that we are the generation of the first. How many of us are not the first secretaries or the first president of institutions, the first women to occupy leadership roles? We are still in generation of the first ones, and this is very challenging for us as individuals and to deal with these situations. And I always say when one goes up, we literally we have the obligation to pull the others with psychological support, with education support, and saying, I'm here. This is paramount because, as we've said, so many women who have given up throughout this process because it's not easy to be a woman in a leadership and in a power position. And number one, we have that word representativity. I know that each one of you occupy this in other women's lives, but representativity is a short-term solution. It's what is done now. Women saying this and saying, I am a woman that can occupy these spaces. Women looking at Carla, looking, saying, we can occupy these spaces. I only dreamed about being a state secretary because I saw other women occupying these spaces. The other important element is diversity. Diversity in strategies and in solutions. Diversities in terms of saying that problems exist, but those who live these problems, they need to be part of this, the construction of the solutions. As women's secretary, we always say, oh, Joyce, you're very innovative in public policies. I say, no, I've had the opportunity of bringing the perspective of women such as myself in the construction of public policies. It's because before we had never been heard, but now I have a pen in my hand and we can consolidate what was given to us. Diversity of strategies, diversity of solutions, they always existed in women's everyday life. Because although power is not in our hands, it's a matriarchal country. As we had Carla and Dalia here, we're more than 50% of the people who lead our households. We make the economy, so we need to understand that solution is already in our hands, but not in power strategies. So we're lacking this transition. And last but not least, the words that I just said, it's strategy. Strategy, collective strategy among women. There's a word that many women are afraid to say because we were thought to be afraid of this, which is the word power. Power is something very distant from ourselves. I'm going to have power. Yes, we are. We need to have power to bring other women power of holding the budget, to holding events such as this with Forum. And I'd like to thank Elisa as a partner, and power for having the power of building such a thing such as this. Just to conclude, I'd like to tell you that we are here, alive, building this tomorrow, and saying that we will not conform ourselves, we won't settle, as we're not half of everything. I won't settle for. I'm not asking anything more than it's our right. It's written in our constitution. I always reinforce this. What we live today is not normal. Whether we're 15, 20%, especially black women such as myself, where we're at the margin of equality, of looking for equality. So what we want is what is already written. We only want to establish this, and seeking equality in all rights, it's our common goal. And it's important to say that there's a disputed word, but I am a word came from a quota from the Federal University of Rio. It's important to say this, that we need to dispute words, but it's important to say and talk about what brought us here. I got here because I had access to affirmative actions and quotas throughout my graduation period. I lived with 600 reais, which what I had to pay my rent and my food, and not romanticize sad stories. I fight because my younger sister never had to go through what I have been through, because it's not nice. It brings traumas and pains and angst. So we are here to implement the public policies where the basis of society sees itself. I work with many women in Brazil where there's pains, where hunger is already pre-established, where life is disputed every day, where these women, they give birth and they don't know if their child is going to go back home when they go out. In Rio, we lose 3 women per month for only one reason. They are women. Feminicide is a pandemic that we have been living lately, and we need to fight that. And public policies are for this. And also, I'm at your total disposal to consolidate public policies that are long-lasting, long-term strategies where women can be alive and safe. And for more than that, they can see themselves in a prosperous future and with dignity. And also, they can see themselves making their dreams come true. Because I always say that the public policies of dream is also public policy. But before that, we need to have food on our table, and that's what I fight every day for these millions of women, because we invest in the women of Rio. Thank you so much, and I'm at your disposal.
Nossa, são mulheres como a Joyce Trindade.
It's women such as Joyce Trindade that really shows us that we can reach where we want to reach, and we're going to get there as fast as possible. Thank you, Joyce. I was really moved. Got goosebumps. What a responsibility. So, to moderate the panel, I'd like to invite to the stage Janete Vaz, President of the Sabin Group Board. Also, we're going to call Cristina Samorindi, President of Findes. Patricia Frossard, Country Manager of Philips in Brazil. Welcome. Marta Diaz, President of Pfizer Brazil. And Aliane Damasceno, Coordinator of Project Division of Firjan SESI, and she's a representative of our sponsor, Firjan SESI, and we will see an institutional video right now, but I believe that before we'll have the Pfizer video, isn't it? I think we'll have the Pfizer video before. So just fill it home. In the Pfizer 70 years in Brazil, we would like to remember the future. We could talk about the struggle against polio and to eradicate variola, and many vaccines and medicines that changed life, and the way that many people love are forced to fight against the COVID-19 that created a modern pandemic. But we don't want to talk what has been done, but the silent research that will bring the vaccine to a new level. Several studies of things that doesn't even exist anymore. This is what Pfizer wants, a future with a lot of health. Pfizer 2092, what do you expect for the next 7 years?
Pfizer in Brazil. Now we are going to see a video from Firjan SESI.
E bem-estar para o trabalhador, mais produtividade para as empresas e até em cultura para todos. Com uma educação humanizada que também usa a ciência e a tecnologia, a Escola Firjan SESI desenvolve o pensamento crítico e de inovação com a robótica, atividades maker, gamificação e artes e transforma aluno em protagonista. Quando é parceira na estratégia de gestão de risco, vida segura e saudável do trabalhador, a Firjan SESI contribui para o crescimento das empresas e, com isso, transforma a prevenção em protagonismo. produtividade. Quando oferece promoção da saúde em suas unidades, academias e promove a educação através da cultura, a Firjacese transforma cuidado em bem-estar. E quando isso também chega à sociedade, é aí que a gente transforma a vida das pessoas. Viva a transformação!
Com a palavra, Janete Vaz.
I'll pass the floor to Janete Vaz. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Let's start with a good beginning. Not good afternoon, it's good morning. Good morning. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here. First invitation I received, it was from Mariane Feldman and Monica Monteiro, and then Ana Claudio also invited me, and Mariana and Monica, they worked for 1 year where we would only talk about WeForum. I saw how hard they tried, how hard they worked in the last year, month, days, and it's very good to see what we are seeing. Yesterday it was a real show, and it's a demonstration of the clear need. One of the stars, we had many stars yesterday, but Victoria said that events like this are more important than big events, meaning that smaller events where we can talk constantly about this agenda is where we can make the difference. And it's worldwide. And talking about this plurality of thoughts and bringing up to this panel the importance of seeing innovation as a propulsor motor. And here we have women that talk about this item. Why me? Why am going to be the coordinator? I'm not from industry, I'm from services. And I love challenges. No, it needs to be you. You are supposed to be, you are connected with CNI, and you are part of women that are involved economically with all sectors. And I think I like challenges, and it helps me seeing how valuable you are to be here and how many this young woman, you're so young, you're really, really young. I'm 68, and I think the oldest here is 40. So I see how challenging it can be to them. As I mentioned, I'm 68. I'm Janete Vaz. I'm the co-founder of Sabin. And I started when I was 29. I had 3 co-workers, and we started in Brasilia, and now we have 7,000 workers and associates with many units, and we have an income of 1B, and 70% of women and 74% of leaders, women leaders, and men are supposed to run because we are really good and we make a lot of money. And in 2021, we had a number when they asked a company with closed capital that received over 1B and 6 million. We are on 10, top 10. But when you mention a company like ours, founded by women, we are top 1. We are number 1 in Brazil. And we are very proud to say that. This is why people keep saying that we are an inspiration, and also we are inspiration because I like to say that I had one graduation, one dream, and I got together with one friend. And this is how we started. We are in 78 cities. We have 30 labs in Brazil. We have an expansion plan. And what gives us a lot of pride is that we did it with love, respect, and admiration with all people. And this is why in the last 18 years, we are among the best companies to work. We talk a lot about assistance and service, and we would love to hear from you. What is the step-by-step that you see in the world NERF from last year, 2022? we received a video from Professor Lobão saying that industry in all sectors, retail, over there is retail and all sectors only talk about humanization, empathy, and solving solutions in a very fast mode. And this year, again, the focus point was humanization. And this is what I want to talk about to start with you. Entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurship will bring with us the human's value, our constitution, our sensibility, respect that women have for human beings in a general way. I'll start with Martha. Martinha, she's a dear, she's a dear. Well, I have 4 dears here, going to love them. Marta. She's now the president of subsidiary of Brazil in 2021. She's the first woman to receive the highest position of here in Brazil. She's from Pfizer, okay? She's from Spain. She was born in Spain. And throughout her career, she had many leading positions, including the cluster Andino that was in Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, and Peru. And she's also an executive. She worked in GR Care, in Boston Group, Consulting Group in Spain. She's married, very young. She has 2 girls. She has MBA on IESE and Masters in Image medical image in Telecom Paris. The world for the last 3 years were health. Yesterday, I think everyone mentioned that women were responsible for health during the pandemics, and not only responsible for the health. We were responsible for the house economy, for prosperity, for everything that were hard because some men lost their jobs. And even with the crisis because of COVID, women were able to be so important on entrepreneurship sector. And women's role were paramount because we work with more emotion and pragmatism. And we are also the decision maker on consumption of the house, and we are capable of changing collective behavior. Marta, being the first woman president on Pfizer here in Brazil, how was to be the director during this period? And we know how hard it was and how important Pfizer was to us and keeps being so important to us. If we have to sell vaccine, we are going to sell from Pfizer. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for being here. You are so potent and you are so inspiring. But before answering your question, I was thinking about health. We saw this video of 70 years of Pfizer. Pfizer is 70, okay? It's only 1 year and a half to get to 70. The first woman you saw, she was born on the 40s. When she was born, the expectation of life here in Brazil was 40 years old to women. I want to say that you had an infant mortality, a lot of infectious disease. Of course, some people would live over 40, but many people would die before. But the last person you saw in the video, it's a girl, it's a kid, she's 7 years old, and she will have a very different future because she has an 80 years old expectation of life. So in 70 years, we doubled the life expectancy here in Brazil, and we had a lot of advance in nutrition, food, and the health advances were amazing. The role of women on health is critical. Of course, on families' health, very frequently, women will take this role of leading in health. Even they take care of the husband's health and also in the industry. And you're asking me specifically regarding COVID. I assume the position in the middle of the sanitary crisis that the biggest one in history. I just want to remember you that in 2021, we still didn't have vaccines here in Brazil, and there were 4,000 people dying each day. And on the Congress, we had a committee of investigation, and we were closed here, and I couldn't leave Chile because Brazil was closed. When I took this responsibility of embracing this position, the first step was bringing vaccines to Brazil. This was our focus, and it was a focus of a group of women. When you see the pictures, 2 years ago, you're going to see a group of a legal director, a medical director, executive director, me, all women in Pfizer. Well, it's like Banco do Brasil now. It's funny because we are talking to the government, and it's the opposite. We had a group of men and against a group of women, but everything worked out, and we could bring the first vaccine of Pfizer in May. In 2 months, we brought vaccines, and we are receiving, and thank God we are here today because of those vaccines. Thank you. But I'm not supposed to talk about health, but every time you hear about Pfizer, people are curious about that. But the companies, Pfizer is focused in health. This is our proposition as a company, but I believe that every company has the responsibility aside from their own purpose. We want the well-being, the social well-being. I'm thinking about social justice, bringing to every company the diversity of society. Companies need to be a mirror of society. Society is not 100% men, so companies should not be 100% men. Society is not 100% white, so companies should not be 100% white. That's the mindset that we have since 2008. In 2008, Pfizer created the first diversity committee. We only had one woman on the board. She was the human resources director, and now we have 67% of women on the direction committee. I'm the president, but I have a lot of women all around the company. And all the company, we are 51% of the company are women. We are very focused in gender equality, and now we have different fronts. We have challenges regarding race, and this is what the secretary mentioned. When we talk about vulnerability of women, we need to talk about race vulnerability. What are women? Woman is just like a surname. What kind of woman? Black woman, brown woman? Well, amazing. That was my question. It's the second point that we need to mention. If we are 66% of color or race, Brazil has a color and women have a color, and we need to respect that. Patricia. Second health representative. I'm doing that on purpose because one was responsible for the moment where we were living on bringing the vaccine. And the second one was technology, identification or tests. Our relationship started when we decided to do image assessments, and we sent our medical director from Brazil to verify the equipments that we were going to open and buy. He went to your competitions or competitors. are good partners of us. But when we got to Philips, Lydia called me. Doctor, we have equipment that was covered, and I asked why, and they said that it was lacking registry here in Brazil, but they have even artificial intelligence. Lydia, nothing started at the time that was supposed to. They asked 6 months. Well, now we have the honor and pleasure of having you with us. And Philips moved from health to technology. I'm going to read her curriculum. She's graduated in law school. She's a lawyer. She has an MBA on USP, University of São Paulo. She's a specialist on compliance by the Compliance Corporator SCC, and also in corporative governance. And after working in PepsiCo, she started working in Philco in 2013. And in May, she's assumed, she now in the position of compliance and director in BMED, and she's for the industry of high quality health products, and she's a counselor on the Olambra chamber here in Brazil. Also the first president here in Brazil. Women are occupying more spaces, and spaces that were reserved only for men. On that stage, we received last year the president of Volvo. When she started working there, that wasn't even a restroom for women. And also, a good friend of mine, when started working at a specific company, there was no such a thing as a restroom for ladies. And this is something that is difficulty for women to face, but Tatiane said that now that they are opening and starting to use the ladies' restroom. What are the challenges of women entrepreneurs that are still there, and how can we surpass them to become successful? You, as the first woman that had a leap, you moved from legal departments and now became the president of this company. What is your biggest challenge to do so? Well, first of all, good morning, Janete, to receive me here for your invitation. She's our client, preferred client. It's not only one challenge, we have a lot of challenges. And I'm going to talk a little bit about Philips, my career, and my purpose now as #1 of the company in Brazil. As you said, I'm the first woman. I don't want to be the last one, and I need to fight to make this become a reality. As you said, my career was not prepared to be a CEO, but I received this proposal in 2019. It was before the pandemics. We had no such a thing as a hybrid model. And the first moment when they offered me, I kind of doubted that they were talking to me. It was a Chilean man who talked to me, and I was afraid to go to that position because I was not prepared to that. And people were saying to me that I was ready, I was supposed to go there, and they wanted someone who had a holistic view of the company. Even though Philco is 80% technology to health, we have 20% of consumption portfolio. Now we are at a disco, right? I'm loving it, like changing colors. Oh, it's a Philips light. This is why it's not so good. I was starting to feel dizzy with these lights. Okay. They were looking for someone with journey, a good journey inside the company that would not demand jealousy from bringing someone from this area, not that area, not this department. And the idea was for us to create unification on the company. And they offered me this position, and me, like any woman, I went home, I talked to my father, to my kids, to my parrot, with the dog, and I put some conditions. If it doesn't work, I want to blah, 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 and go back to my last position, okay? And also, I want you to give me some mentorship, coaching, anything during 1 year. You cannot change your position. You need to keep here, stay here with me. And he said, okay. And also, I have a commitment at 4 p.m. with my kids that I'm not going to stop doing it. And we are not working on home office, and it was something very unusual, and now it's different. At that time, it wasn't very common, and said, okay, I'm okay, I agree with all your conditions. And after 1 year, it was in the beginning of 2019, in the beginning of 2020, he changed position, he abandoned me, and he said, now you assume the control of the boat. And then the pandemics hit. I thought it was good. You know why? Because everyone was equal. CEOs, all the CEOs were on the same. Nobody knew what to do. And I felt like everyone else. And we started talking, and I realized that my weaknesses were their weaknesses. And I read a book, it's CEO Excellence. It's from McKinsey Research. And 70% of CEOs, they admit that they were not ready when they entered the position. I think women have different ways of perceiving that leading position, but men also has some fragilities. This is a position that will make you afraid. And I remember that when I got to this position, I thought, okay, so now I have to create my identity. And I started thinking about diversity, inclusion, and my first program was to bring 55 over workers. I wanted to bring people that had this age or more. And then the second program was low-income program, where we would offer a second language. I want to enter the company and see the same people on the company and on the streets. You cannot enter the company and feel like you are in an airship. And this is how we feel sometimes. I started working on both programs, and I decided to offer a position, a leading position, to a colleague. I wanted her to be part of my management team. She went home to think about it. When she came back, man, no. If I ask him, that's here. I'll take that. Where do I sign? On the next day, she talked to me, you know, Patricia, I'm not going to accept your offer. Why? Because I love being a mom. I almost cried with her. I also love being a mom. What are you talking about? I'm going to lose quality of life. We had no option of working at home. I need to show her that this is possible. So you need to understand, and you need to create balance and show women that it is possible to reach higher positions and also be a good mother. And now we have flexibility on work before pandemics. And after that, it was easier, even easier. But I brought my example to other women to come to leading position, and this is what I'm working now, and I'm going to pass the floor to other women. Very nice. This is the credibility that you developed and how much you were an example to you all. So she stayed or what? No. She didn't accept. She was my challenge. She stayed at the same position. She's still there, but she didn't want to grow. But it helped you to think about it, right? This is very important.
Christine Samorini, you're a businesswoman from Victoria, and she has an MBA in business administration, and it was my second course because I only knew pharmacist and biochemistry, and João Cabral, and marketing by FGV. She works as a commercial director of Graftusa. It's a company with over 100 years of history, more than 20 years dedicated by associativism. She was president of the Graphic Industries Union and also the Association of Graphic Industries of Espírito Santo. Presently, she's the president of Indus, the first woman to hold this position. Let's talk a little bit about the scenery. A study made by the industry shows that from every 4 people in the industry, one is a woman. Uh, Facing the scenery, going to show us the role of women in industry, its challenges and issues. Greece occupied the role of president and has been influencing women with a ba- with backstage work. And I love to hear that. When you see a stage full of men, you look at the backstage and there's a lot of women there. And that's how it happens. I think this backstage work is a huge secret of yours and a huge work to be done because you don't want to go together, you want to go and you want people to go with you. So thank you, Jeanette. Thank you. It's a pleasure. I read the story of your life, and I'm really proud of being two great powers of industrial sector, Pfizer and Philips, and seeing women representing these companies with such quality. But FINDES is Federation of Industries of the State of Espírito Santo. It's a Frisian from there. And I was really amazing the enthusiasm of Carla. Said she should be in your panel. She talks in the industry, women in the industry. So Fusion is really supporting us. I nowadays we have two federation presidents among 27 and a president of a National Confederation of Industries, and it has been a work that the industry has been valued. But I need to talk about Joyce. Joyce. I've seen many women speaking about the private work of, but what you spoke without no romanticism, based on facts with intelligence. I want you to fly very far. You need to this this can't be just exclusivity of Rio. I've already invited her to go to Brazil. We have to support a person such as this because I live in a public environment. I know when someone speaks with quality and knows how to follow a path with persistence. I was really in awe with your words. I am the only president that really competed for my position. Uh, it wasn't easy, but I had support of those who were already there. So men in associativism, federation, and industrial sector. But there's a pathway that is that is changing. We have 25% of workforce as this. We have good news because CNI decided to work on this. We have Monica Monteiro as the president of the Forum of Entrepreneur Women Forum, but in 2008 we only had very little people, and what Sylvia was saying, we have 32% of women in management positions. So the industry is evolving because we had only 8% in 2008. And when we have programs that are dedicated to this growth and education, a person of leadership knows that it's necessary because it brings results. Because in terms of balance, also industries, especially in Brazil, that have huge industrial powers invest every year in things that comprehends several things, and we can talk about several companies such as Suzano, Arcelor, Metame, which is big in the state of Espírito Santo, and they do projects. They encourage. We have women electricians. I was seeing the previous panel, people qualifying women with in situation of vulnerability, more than 300 hours of free courses, and we have to do this more and more. Our choices of free courses for women, and when we have Gerdau, Arcelor, WEG, they hire specialized workshops because they want to have this workforce in the industry, and they have a higher commitment in hiring. So it's enough for effort that grows, and when we have an environment such as this, showing women's potential, nowadays we represent 11.6% of unemployment, when a man represents 7.2. It shows that we have a huge way to go. And Brazil is going through a growing pathway. We are going to break through and showing that Brazil needs to grow in the industrial sector, because we had structural issues that hasn't been dealt yet with. And we know that we'll have several jobs in a country that has a lot of potential, and not because we stop being technologically leaders in globally. We said that we have problems in Brazil of regulation of bureaucracy. We have several players that talk to us about licensing, and this is the backstage work that I do concerning the situation, showing that we need to do a lot more. And Joyce will like this. I don't need to say anything else, but this is the reality that I live. Pierre, is it there? This is an event at the BTG Pactual Bank in São Paulo. Only man, I was speaking. You can just go, just pass it on. No. This is in a palace in Chieta. Some people say love it because I'm in the middle of 4 people with a uniform, but this is a uniform. This is what your word is, a masculine word, but you've been placing feminine together because it's your backstage in your small space or in any space. You've been making difference, showing that it's necessary. You need to show this picture everywhere. The personality of a president of federation is showing where is the pathway needs to be adjusted. We have 2 other pictures. This is a meeting that happened, 50 company investments from companies that invest in women, and we need to have this intention in communication. When we talk about industry, we think it's not an industrial operator. No, it's a man and a woman operator, a man and a woman welder. So this communication clarity is very important. When we invite women to be part of this project, we need to look at all women. So there are some relevant issues. We have a buyer case, for instance. They decided to call not only cis women, but they decided to call trans women to work with them. And it's important to see how companies see this as an example and decide and begin to make this decision, and also begin to create programs to bring women from all these kinds of structures. So it's very important, because when we see social investments, we don't see only qualification. We see what are the components that allow women to be there. This woman doing this qualification within a time frame that allows us to do several functions? Does she has the resources to for this qualification. Sometimes the decision making goes through financial resources. Yesterday, when the representative Vitória Diogo talked about this, and Mozambique is an experience that I have lived. When you see this decision making, when you have 40, 60, 70% of your budget to get somewhere, this impacts your decision to qualify and to educate yourself. So when we organize this social investment, we have to see how we're going to enable women's access to this space. And then also, when we have all this gaze on health promotion, and when we think about the impact that the pandemic brought, it also has an emotional impact that is very strong. So we also have a gaze for mental health, the gaze for gender violence. Here we have, in Rio, we have a law that companies with more than 100 people have actions to fight gender violence in its operation. So we've been working a lot this information, so this happens within the industry. Individual protection equipment. So it's important to work with different dimensions. So how literacy is important, how to work management. We see things like, this woman is it's wonderful. She brought so many things, and this environment is so beautiful, and she brings several competencies. So we understand that within our work, we see the possibility of educating, and we see the permanence of this woman. And when you talk about industrial operation in shifts, how does this woman work with this process within the company and within her family? What are the structures that maintain that? And you bring this in your soul, in your body, in your image. I think you're very young for your experience. Always have only a minute each one. I'd like to ask you: are you happy? Do you feel fulfilled after reaching where you've reached? Because you've been doing radical changes within your organization. I have no doubt about it. Just for your sensitivity and the gaze of women, but do you feel emotionally happy, fulfilled, and do you feel that you're an example for other women? Have you an idea what you mean for other women? I'm very happy. I'm really fulfilled. I love being a mother, and I think that if I was a mother, I would be so fulfilled as being a mother and a professional woman. My son was saying, I was Googling, and we wrote our mother's names, and she said, Mom, you're really famous. I found a lot of things about you, and he was so proud. And I thought, oh, that's really nice, and this is, I think, really fulfills me, and I want to say something because I still have a few seconds of my minute. When I was coming from this event, a colleague from my management team said, tomorrow I won't be able because I'm in a women's event. I said, but you're full of events. I said, remember, this is the month of women, so of course more events of women. And I've been invited because unfortunately there are very few women leaders to speak, and I hope that last year I am less invited and so on, because it will mean that my work of bringing other women is really being fruitful. Congratulations. Thank you. Wonderful. She's wonderful. For me, I'm really happy, yes. Every year I'm feeling more and more prepared, and especially to speak to other women because of my industrial story. It has been very natural not being able to talk to other women because I grew in a very male environment, and it has been a huge learning because there is a huge space to talk about this, about the abilities that we have, and to contribute. I want to bring a new element because I still have a few seconds from my 1 minute. That we divide ourselves in many tasks, and people say that during a week we work 10 hours more than a man when we. And I have doubts if from this data. I think it's 20, but it's recorded, registered. It's at 10. Maybe it's because of that. And saying the final sentence that we chose, women can be everything that I want. We only cannot be little or small. We need to be more.
Well, I'm really, really happy and inspired in my journey. I always understood that this place was a place that would carry a lot of responsibility. Being in the environment that I am, in the Federation of Industries, we are leveraging not only my work, the formation, constitution, but to me, it's a privilege to be here. Thank you very much for receiving me. I have 1 minute and a half. No, half is mine. Well, so I'll give you half minute, okay? As Jeanette said, I'm the first president of Pfizer in Brazil. I'm pride, and the pride will last 1 day. And the second day is the responsibility. We have to be good. I need to be really good because I cannot be the last. If it's a failed experience, they would not ask a woman to be the president again. My daily routine is focused on that. In my personal life, how can I inspire other women to say, I can. If she can, I can. So this is very important. And also, I need to make other women to be excited about what they are doing. When you believe in someone, oh, I can't, no, it's too hard, I have other responsibilities, I'm not ready. And we have to, as leaders, convince this woman, you can, you can. And my responsibility is double because I have 2 daughters of 10 and 12 years old, and I'm fighting in a way that she's not going to face the same prejudice and barriers that we are facing in the work field. This is also a personal fight. Girls, thank you very much. It's amazing to see literally everything you did with all the things that you do and with the best parts of you. You are examples, you are leaders. I have no doubt. You are inspiring to your kids. You're also inspiration to everyone, and they will be very, very proud to you as a mom if you have kids. And we only ask God to bless you and give you more wisdom in a way that you can pull more women and to leverage this woman to give them quality of life, and they can be whatever they want, literally, but also looking for this happiness in a more, in a better way. Thank you very much. I think it was a very beautiful panel, don't you think? So let's take a picture to register this moment, our official photo. So, are you tired? How are you feeling? Can we move to a next panel, the last one before lunch? Thank you to all the speakers, Jeanette Vaz, thank you very much. You are a very inspiring woman, brave, very brave. Thank you, Cristine, Patricia, Marta, Eliane. Thank you very much. So let's move to panel 3. It's the financing or finances panel, where we're going to talk about financial market, disruptivity, female position in the sector, and also women's autonomy when we think about investments, making decisions on investments. I'll ask you to be quiet right now because we are going to invite the next moderator of this next panel, the debate on how to increase women as investors is strong now. Unfortunately, women are a minority, but the number of women investors raised in Brazil. The presence of women that will affirm that they have investments advanced from 2021 to 2022. We are moving forward. And also men grow to 34% to 40%. We have this disparity, and the number of investors jumped from 13 to 15 in the period. And to listen to your consideration and to add to this panel, I would like to invite Sara Veloso. She is the Financial Director of Grupo Bandeirantes. Good morning, my name is Sara Veloso. I'm the Financial Director of Grupo Bandeirantes in São Paulo. I'm also the General Director of Orbi Platform, and I'm here as a co-founder of WCFO Brazil. I would like to talk to you about mathematics. We've been talking about mathematics the whole morning, and maths are what changes everyone's lives. All of us, women, we always were against maths. We came from a history that exact sciences are more for men and boys, and that we were not supposed to study maths. What is mathematics? And then I was looking for the definition of the science. Mathematics is a science of logic and abstract thinking that study quantities, numbers, measurements, variations, and statistics. Us, women, more than ever, we dominate this science for a long, long time. In social organizations, in primitive social organizations, while men was at hunting and at war, women were taking care of the society, and we were taking care of the resources and continuing the institutions. What about the housewife? She can understand the day-to-day without maths. And I'm not talking about domestic budget. I'm talking about resources management. How much and how are the resources needed during the month based on consumption, and also reservation management. And this is why I say that all of us, we all know maths, and you need to empower yourselves by this science. This is my invitation to you now, today. We have some features that we bring from our own lives, our personal lives. We are contingency daters. We stop these contingencies every day. I came from São Paulo to Rio. You always have a cold or a summer or specific clothes. If you ask a man to do some barbecue, they are going to gather together some tiles and a grill, and that's it. But women, we are going to manage how many people are coming, and we are going to check each details and any problem or situation that can come from this barbecue. This is what we bring to our management style, to our daily routine, and this is an amazing quality that every woman have. We also are not afraid of details. We are not afraid, or we don't fear when something is really, really problematic, to go there, to go deep inside, and to figure out what we need for our organization. This is from our nature. And in management, this is very, very valuable. And the third quality is that we are multitasking. We can empower our attention, and we can give attention to each one of these details. We look at what we need to pay attention 100%. We look the things that we need to do some follow-up, and we do 70, 80%, and those things that are not that important, we're going to delegate. We don't lose control of anything. These are some features that I believe are very important for our management in women's management. And we represent 50% of all workforce. And why? With all these features, all these qualities, we are not on the first line of command in the higher positions. This is my biggest doubt, and I'm really worried about that when we think about women's career. What is lacking to us? We need to master maths. Even though there's a lot of names in management, we need to be clear that companies need to last. And to last, you need to give results. And results come from maths. With all these skills and abilities that we have, I believe that companies, they are living organisms. And just like in our bodies, we cannot choose an organ instead of a different one. Because while one part of our body is pulsing, the other one is breathing. And while the other one is breathing, we are producing energy. And on company's department is the same. When we used to meet on financing events, we were women in different levels, and we would not be 10% of these events. Last week, I've been working as a counselor, and I was at an advisor course, and we're not 10% of that startup course. Us women, we're looking for spaces, and we cannot find these spaces that are available. In 2020, we created WCFO Brazil because we thought that nobody will want something they don't know. We wanted to show women that we got there. We were 30 women on a WhatsApp group. We funded an institution. We are now over 100 women, and we have 3 pillars. The first one is inspiration. We want to show that it's possible to have career, life, family, happiness with responsibility. And we also want to support women that are going to become C-level position. We are on the 4th mentorship program of women that are on senior management position. This is a pro bono program, and we want to achieve this C-level position. And we look for diversity. The second pillar is diversity. I want to ask you to dream more, to risk more. We are ready. And every time that you receive an opportunity, it's because someone is believing in us. So stop feeling like you don't deserve it, and let's take our position, whatever it takes. That's my message to you today. Well, I think she said a lot. Thank you, Sara, for conducting this panel. Now I'm going to invite some amazing women to come here to this panel. I'd like to invite the moderator, Andressa Guaraná, amazing writing director of Grupo Bandeirantes. A round of applause to Andressa. I'll invite Daniel Darachen, CEO of JP Morgan Brazil. Also a round of applause. Welcome. And Natalia Diaz, she's the capital market director of BNDES. Welcome, Natalia. And Priscila Amaral, she's executive manager of AFA Mais, financing consulting company. And Margarete Coelho, she's a financing and management director of Sebrae. She's representing one of our sponsors, Sebrae. We have an institutional video before we start the panel. Can we see it? Please feel comfortable.
Foi só com o apoio da minha irmã que eu consegui cuidar do meu negócio e dos meus filhos ao mesmo tempo.
Já cresci, já caí, já reinventei meu negócio, mas nunca fiz nada sozinha.
Por isso a gente tem uma regra. Quando uma mulher sobe, ela puxa as outras para cima.
Sebrae, a força da empreendedora brasileira.
Gente, eu adoro essa frase. Quando uma mulher...
When one woman goes up, she will pull the others up too. We understand that, right? We all understand that, right? I'll pass the floor to Andressa Guaraná.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the We Forum team, especially Monica Monteiro and Ana Clara, for the invitation and for the opportunity of being here with such inspiring women and such relevant professionals here on stage. So welcome, everyone. We've been talking a lot about this since yesterday. Women are getting more and more at space. We celebrate this transformation. The fact is that we still have a long way to go, and that's why we're here. A few sectors are more challenging than others, and the finance market is one of them, which is the theme of our panel. So I'd like to begin this debate talking about the challenges of women. I'll begin with Natalia. Natalia is the director of BNDES, and she brings a bit of her experience. Natalia, what were the challenges that you faced throughout your career? You've worked in national and international companies. How did you get here? Thank you, Andres. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and thank all who are here, who are watching us online, and thank you, Monica and Ana Claudia, for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here talking to you once again. Well, it's no secret because we know that women have a difficulty in rising in any career, but we know that the financial market is a bit more complicated because it's a harsher pathway. I've worked for more than 30 years in Brazil and the United States, and in an investment bank career, which is where I've worked. It's a very stratified career. You have very specified positions. You need to change positions every 3 years or so. In the beginning, I rose very quickly. As a woman, I worked a lot and devoted myself in the beginning of my career. And until I reached a level of a middle management position, such as a VP in an investment bank, it was faster than men. The problem is when you have to leave the middle management and to a high management to become a bank director. That took a lot longer than men. There's a Oliver Wyman study analyzed 3,000 companies in US, and only 6% of leadership positions are occupied by women. And they've diagnosed that those who break that glass ceiling, they take 6 years longer than men, and that's a reality. And the main hardships are cultural in a way, and there is a culture that shows that women, when are close to 30 years, she wants to marry and have kids, and it can divide her attention. And you know that woman is going to divide her career with family in some moment. On my case, I took longer to get married. I didn't have kids, but I went through this situation. And on the other hand, I think that we are more critical with ourselves. We have more inspiration. We have less inspiration models because we see less women, and we sort of have a process of self-sabotage. My awakening process was when I had the possibility of being the president of the bank that I was working before, and that was a natural choice because I was main and executive of the commercial area. And when that opportunity came up, I saw that I wasn't a natural choice. And there's another factor because we think that when we only working is enough and everybody will notice. But you have to know that you have an ambition that is higher than that. So, as well, I cannot leave this opportunity go by. And to make short story, or long story short, I called my boss's boss. I said I want to run for this job, and they called me from the HR from London. We have a good news. I said you're going to be part of the process. There was a headhunter hiring. I competed with 9 men, and I took over that position. And it made me think about several other situations that maybe I let go by because we let the imposter syndrome didn't let us compete for those positions. And from then on, I say that I became a late feminist and began studying about the theme and became an activist and started sharing my story because we want people to be aware of their limiting beliefs and things that the culture that we need to change. I think that the main awakening is in this sense for every woman. So you represent girls who are beginning, and during your time, there were less women to be inspired by. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Margarete, who's the administration director on Sebrae. She did civil construction, law. She was federal representative in government. So all this experience that you've had, you wanted to struggle for human rights in executive, creating public policies and creating laws to incentivize this equality. Tell us a little bit about your story. I'd like to greet my panel colleagues. I'd like to thank the invitation. I'm really glad for being here. Since yesterday, I'm really in awe. I've never seen so many interesting testimonies and such innovative data. When we're in politics, we are invited in women events. We always hear the same things, the same data that's saying we are the most greater number of a population and we deserve more spaces. And when we are discussing strategies and the power of negotiating that women has, it's really amazing. The issue of women's rights, it was not something that I went after this thing. I was always an activist. I was from so I did a study. I was students politics and the space of struggling for women's rights was such a thing that any woman that spoke publicly, that took a microphone, she became a leader. But they are so much interrupted when they speak that that becomes something that they don't want to do. And I became a lawyer, and I was our lawyer for politicians. My husband was also a politician. He was a deputy, a representative, and I was invited to also be candidate. Oh, she's very interesting. She's a woman. She's a teacher. She won't have any votes, but I was elected. And people said, "Oh, it won't work." She was very like a teacher-like person. I was invited to become vice governor. Oh, she was invited because it's no feasibility. So that's what the party only gave her this opportunity because they won't be elected. And we were elected on the first term, and the greatest vote that my state was had, which is Piauí. Then we had that natural right for to be re-elected. No, no. I had an excellent partner. I had the best research. I had a party to finance my candidacy. But being vice government of second term, I would take over the government, and I was excluded from the process. And then I ran for federal representative once again. Oh, she's wonderful. She was well known. She has a good recall, a good political process, and I was elected. And when I got to the House of Representatives, oh, she won't be able to do anything. She's from Piauí, a small state, and so on. But that didn't happen. I was reported the most challenging bills, the anti-crime package when Moro was a super minister, and we had to go against him. I learned how to negotiate, that we don't need to sit down with a closed agenda. And all businesswomen know this. I learned that you need to choose in a project what you're not willing to give up, so that you know what you can negotiate. And now I'm at Sebrae, and I come from public policies. I come from public sector, and the private sector has a different way of working. And also then the speech of women, diversity, ESG, and brings a broad agenda to be discussed. And that this is an important challenge in politics. Women, it's very hard for women voting in women. The demands is amazing. It's not only ours. For a woman to vote for another woman, she has a list of 22 items, and you have to checklist all of them. You have to dress right. It has to be fat or thin. You have to know if she's married or not. Where's her husband? How many kids? Does she want to have kids or not? And amazing, the other day I was with another requisite. I'm root for Botafogo, and people from Botafogo, it's really, we had a struggle, always struggling, and we beat Flamengo. And I made a joke for that. I said, "Oh, you don't root for Flamengo. I won't vote for you anymore." And the challenges for you to get there, I went over that. I crossed the gate. I'm in power now. Then you don't get the the committee of Constitution and Justice. You don't report the huge projects. You're not in the international missions. You're simply not there. It's as if your politics is a huge stage. You just go there, you make your scene, you just leave. Now, live it. It's with us, men. It's men are the protagonists. Change subject when they're talking. A friend of the mother of a friend of mine was the first woman politics in the House of Representatives, and she said, "We do politics in the barn." And when we got there, they was in the fourth term. What was the fourth term? Oh, we also know how to tell jokes. We like to drink wine, and we're going to the bar with you. So we end up finding certain shortcuts. But the hardest thing is to be seen as citizens as a whole. The World Bank analysis about entrepreneurship and laws is amazing. Three-fourths of women who are in a productive age have no right to equality in the market. This report is very revealing. How can we have a development when we leave more than half of population out? So it's a huge loss to the world. Well, I've talked a lot. Women, politics, lawyers, we talk a lot. Would like to have hours to talk about, but I think people are really hungry. But we can carry on talking outside. But just to complete, this year we have the greatest number of congresswomen, and this didn't reflect in the committees, in the position of power within the Congress. So we can keep on fighting for the bills that we want. Priscilla came from financial market as well, different from Natalia when we talk about the importance of having this representativity. Is a huge range of possibilities in the financial market. She's at the FMIs, which is a financial consulting company. I'd like you to talk a little bit about your construction of this consulting company. It was during the pandemic, and to compete with other companies that were consolidated and had their clients. And so I'd like to know a bit of this experience. And as you're in this financial consulting company, tell us about investors, women, because they're looking for financial autonomy, because that's what will bring freedom for women. So they need this. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Andressa, for being here. Thank you, Elisa, Robert, and Eunice, who were people who were really important for this moment. So I've been working for 22 years in the financial market, and my story doesn't begin in this change in such a beautiful way. I was already had an experience of 15 years of leadership roles in financial market. When I found a breast cancer, and we financial market, we work with a lot of goals, and it was very defining moment of what to do right then. And I had the courage to choose and stop to treat my cancer. And surprisingly, during the treatment, I was more to the end of my treatment, but I was doing my radiotherapy sessions. I received an invitation of a company to structure a financial consulting company. That was 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. And they needed to work for a multinational bank, which is Toyota Bank of Brazil, who the main requirement was innovation for client service. And as a woman, I was asking myself, it's an amazing opportunity during in a moment that I'm doing this breast cancer treatment. And I talked with my family, with my daughter, with my husband, and they all supported me to accept this challenge. And it was a huge challenge. And right then, I saw that my breast cancer was a huge awakening in seeing that I had the mission to take small purposes of transformation to the financial market. So I kept on doing my radiotherapy. None from my team knew about that, and I was ready to work in that company. And I focused in two innovation pillars. First was the technological one. To bring to these clients, they had a high level demand digital technologies, agile and safe technologies, but mainly with a humanized language, because that client, even in a digital, uh, that client needed to feel special with the result, and mainly to create a loyalty among clients. And the second pillar, which is important, brings result until today, is a end-to-end humanization. So it's done with clients. This same humanization is done with employees and our suppliers. So in our financial consulting, we do it for the employees, singing lessons, lessons to improve your voice in negotiations, meditation classes to bring focus and maintain throughout the course the results. And really, I was people questioned me if I was in a very sensitive moment treating my cancer, and if I wasn't spacing out too much. And I'm really, really happy to know that our company is is the company with greatest results in the Toyota Bank of Brazil in our segment. And looking at this story today and being able to bring to this today for women, which is a challenge of going through a health treatment, we don't live the same. And I'm really moved. I can say that we can leave this place much better.
The second question you made was about independency on financial market. The true independence will only happen with financial growth. When you have independency to make your own decisions, your own choices, and to be able to sustain yourself in that position. So I believe that women's growth as investors are very good. They are very conservative investors, but there is a growth of women acting in the stocking market. But also the second point is the growth of women in management positions in financial market is still not a lot. The biggest positions came from 8% to 15%. I think it's still not enough, but it's double what used to be. And from that, women can inspire other women to go to that place. We were talking before coming here to the forum, and I said that in my point of view, this financial empowering, the biggest challenge is to sustain that, not financially, but sustain that, balancing with other pillars of life with quality of life. They will grow in one pillar and they will feel guilty about other aspects and cannot retain or cannot maintain in that position. I have a program regarding that. It's a platform of women empowering that will give support, emotional growth, beliefs, standards, and guilty. Many speakers ask why we don't advance more, and in my point of view is that it's the need of emotional strengthening. Thank you for sharing your beautiful story and this part of your life. Also, it's important to see the other side of the part, and we are here to listen to Danielle, who is the CEO of JP Morgan Brazil, and we need to hear the opinion of other people that are on the other side of the journey. You have a long experience in Brazil and abroad. You worked in the acquisition area and purchase area in 15 different countries. What is your opinion here in Brazil and outside? What is the difference where we are, and what is the difference you see here and abroad. The difference in cultures, thank you. I'd like to say that I'm amazing. I love the idea of the slogan that when the woman went up, she will pull all the other women too. And I will say that when leaders go up, they will pull others up too. But I'm only saying things without answering what you asked me. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm in the financial market for 31 years, and I'm on 26 years here on JP Morgan, and I'm the president here in Brazil. During this
tarde. Espero que vocês tenham curtido esse almoço especial realizado hoje aqui no Centro
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So we're doing here in the Cultural Center of Banco do Brasil a very important event. We've gathered here for the second edition of We Forum, Women Entrepreneur Forum. So I'd like to call on to the stage Ana Cláudia Badra Cotait, who has an important message here. Many women are asking for more We Forum. They're asking for more editions, and we have news. They're going to tell us here firsthand what's going to happen. I'm so happy with the result of our event, and I'm amazed in seeing all of you re-energized, being part of We Forum as you are being, and the feedback we're receiving of each one of you. It's our greatest gift, our greatest success. Monica and myself, we thank you so much your presence, and we want to announce that the next We Forum will be in Brasilia. I'm still alive because it's my city, it's where I was born. I'm really glad that we chose Brasilia for next year on 25 and 26 of March. On opening on 25th, and you can already schedule the whole of Brazil. We are waiting for you for our next edition next year in Brasilia. I will certainly be there. So let's begin our panels. We have many special panels here, and remembering that our We Forum is being broadcasted on YouTube. So we have the link. If anyone needs, you can talk to Gabriela and the production guys around here. We have a video of Ferjan Cesi, sorry. And before the panel, we're going to watch it. Industry's transformation, and Ferjan Cesi becomes into education, health and well-being, plus productivity for companies and culture for all. With a humanized education that uses science and technology, the school, Ferjan Cesi, creates critical thinking and innovation with robotics, making activities, arts and gamification, and transforms students into protagonists. We are partners in risk management, safe and healthy life of employees. So Ferjan Cesi contributes for the growth of companies and transforms prevention into productivity. When we promote health in its units, gyms, and promotes culture, we transform care into well-being. And meanwhile, this goes to society, and that's where we transform people's lives, live transformation. Thank you, Ferjan Cesi, for the support. This is really important for all of us. So, in our event, the communication and image that will bring the importance of companies in its communications and in the construction and maintenance of their own image, considering the speed and the reach through digital means and the strong presence of women in presidency roles. In A research of the Panama Communication Directors Association, DIRCOM Panama, 83% of the interviewees said they understand that companies are a powerful platform to talk about important challenges. The consumer, although doesn't want to just product or service, they want the alignment of companies with social, environmental, and political commitments to which they relate to. So for this important panel, we'd like to call to the stage Rijarda Aristoteles, president of a women's club, a business women's club. Dear, we finally met each other. I don't get along with this stand, you know. You see why, but I want to break protocol, dear Monica and Ana Claudia, but this stand is, there's no equity here with this stand here and myself. Saying about the happiness of being among so many leaders is very little, because when we see all this movement, I have here several ambassadors from the club here, and a film has gone by my mind because 3 years ago I decided to do maybe the hardest choice, because I left two universities. I was teaching in both. I had a nice life with the children, husband, and so on. I was having park strolls in Lisbon where I lived, and I decided to say yes to something that I really believe, which was a huge insight and enlightenment, and I really believe in it. On March 9th of 2020, I decided to create a club, women's business women's club, Portugal, because we were about to be confined. We noticed that women would be the most affected ones, because they would go back home not by choice but by an imposition. They were not choosing to go back home and leave their work and their endeavorments and work by choice, but by an imposition, and they would go back with the children, husbands, with all the system, and demanding from her something that she wasn't ready for, especially us women who are entrepreneurs, business leaders, and executive women. And then I understood on that day, on March 9th, 2020, that I needed to do something. And in 2014, when I decided to leave Brazil to do a PhD, because it's a gift that I gave myself, and I thought, I think it's wonderful. I did this PhD in history because I decided to give that gift to myself. And I started gathering women to work. A very important issue, which is the first, because women's first priority is the financial freedom. We always live making choice, and we need to pay for these choices. And as long as you cannot pay for the choices that you want to make, I'm not free. My husband can be multimillionaire, but if it's not me, I won't be paying the price that I'd like to pay. And it's simple as that. And I created this group that came gathering women from different places around these issues. And it was a very beautiful movement, but it had, in 2020, the world would live its greatest challenge. So on the last meeting that it would be from our group, I decided to create this club, And 3 years later, we are 239, 239 ambassadors in the different countries and different continents. So it's an international club, and I'm not modest. Really not modest at all. And I decided to create an international club in a Portuguese language. And I thought I have to do all my business in another language. Why is that? And why did I say that? Because 80% of the Portuguese-speaking world is in Brazil. Brazil responds for 80% of the Portuguese language. Only 5% of Brazilians speak English. And I thought, well, are we going to carry on 10 more generations with our people trying to learn another language? But let's create a club that makes business in Portuguese. And that's where we created this club, Businesswoman Club in Portugal, and it has this name because it was created in Portugal. We're not a club of the Portuguese-speaking countries. We have ambassadors in United States, France, England, Mexico, Canada, France, Italy. Anyway, we're spread out in the world. And another thing that it was very interesting is that our club would have 2 levels. The first level, we're going to work women 40 years old and more. Those women who are not here, and many times they don't deserve the gaze of the public power. And I know I think that public power has to look at them. And it's not them who has no huge challenges, but we're in the intermediate, we're in the middle, and many times we're totally invisible. And this group really serves this middle-aged woman and business as well. And our greatest things that we advocate, and we have several ambassadors here. They're really beautiful. They're protagonists, people that are wonderful. And I'd like to invite you all to come and be part of this wonderful club. We work basically in 4 main pillars, which is a program that we call Women Interpreter for Internationalization. Why do we work women to internationalize her services, our businesses? And when we do this, we're improving our internal market a lot more because they create a standard. Before we talk about the 3 pillars, because we have very little time, I'd like to say that the world has had examples in which woman was not submissive. This happened more than 10,000 years ago when we, together with goats and plants, we became product. And woman, with what nature gave us, and the way we relate to the other gender, we have our periods, we get pregnant, and we give birth. So we have lived this experience, and we can live this again. The woman's protagonism doesn't assume sexism. Our club has this program, this women's entrepreneurs, to work this conception of women where she can find more and more her space And in this internationalization process, we have a magazine, we have Connecti that will happen after the We Forum. It is going to happen in Fortaleza, and several women who are here will be there as well in this process of women's protagonism. And I'd like to say that initiatives such as this is that Monica Monteiro and Claudia Badra do to begin a process such as this We Forum. It's so powerful that made us change the date of our events so that we could more and more empower ourselves with good knowledge. And this is what we're living here. Monica and Ana Claudia, this is exactly, they are also honorary ambassadors of our club. It's a moment of a lot of significance in the process of women's freedom, freedom that begins here in the financial. And we don't need to build wheels. That has gone by. We need to clean the dust and hold hands so that men and women together can create this space so that humankind as a whole can live in peace, grow in peace. And when we do this, the whole world celebrates because it's the right way of equity, inclusion, and diversity. So thank you so much. Congratulations, Anna. My wonderful ambassadors, where are you? Come on, stand up. Sorry, stand up, please. They're so wonderful. Meanwhile, let's watch a video of the Women's Business Club from Portugal.
Grupo de mulheres resolveu arregaçar.
While everyone was supposed to quarantine, a group of women decided to work together and start a business network speaking in Portuguese. This is how it started. Mulheres de Negócio from Portugal. It's the biggest network in Portuguese language. It was a group created in March of 2020, and after a while, it has his strength in 4 different continents and 34 different ambassadors working for Portuguese language. The goal of the club is to make connections in an assertive and fast way. This is why they have its own platform and they receive information, they connect each other, and they are part of events. And they have a schedule very well organized and respected. This is where they exchange experience, they improve their area of work, and the network method uses UMA. It's a method, a unique method developed by the club that happen in a virtual and non-virtual way. They can manage time and they use this to support the club, knowing each other, networking, and making their products become real. The magazine Mulheres de Negócio, the Empreender Feminino show, and also the business mission and the Connecti that happens 1 year in Brazil and 1 year in Portugal. It's through these events that the last cycle will end and the next cycle will happen again, and that will mark the next year for all the women entrepreneurs. Rijarda Aristotle is a Brazilian who is the leader of the club. She has a PhD in history, and also she's a mentor in emotional intelligence for women, an author, and the president of the association. Now, Clube de Negócios of Portugal has new cores and offices all around the world. Become part of these leaders that are non-sexist and that are focused in women that are over 40 and will work with diversity and sustainability as a business purpose. Amazing. So many movements working for us, to us, and helping us reaching our goals and the achievements that we desire and leading positions. And this way we can connect and we can create partnerships. These movements are very important. We are going to move forward. We are going to have a panel on communication and image. I'm going to invite Daniela Mignani, who is the mentor of Top to You, and she used to be the general director of paid broadcasting from Globo here in Brazil. I'm also going to invite Angel Izurieta, who's the country manager of Google Cloud in Chile. Roberta Salvador, legal director on L'Oréal. Welcome. And Monica Albuquerque, who's the head of talent management, teleseries development on Warner Bros. Discovery, sorry. Hello. Good afternoon. I was really worried about this panel, the beginning of this afternoon, but when Rijarda is up, well, my concerns were all gone because she has this strong voice and this important message. Thank you, Monica and Claudia. I'm having the opportunity to see the We Forum to grow up, to become international, and also to become national, right? If I could compare with the last year, this is amazing what we are living here today. And I'd like to say my greetings, and I'm from the communication area, and I'm attached to some small things. And 21 of March, and I run, and because of my profession, I was running. What is going on? 21 of March. March 21st, this today for the UN, is the International Word for Race Discrimination to be end. At this day, many years ago, people in South Africa made a protest to get the right to go wherever they want. We are talking about many topics today, and this is a topic that should be important to everyone. I'm going to present who is here with me. This panel is very interesting because we are working with women entrepreneurs, and we have 3 big companies here today that are local and global. And we have a lot to learn with these 3 big companies. And we were talking previously that we believe that when you are on a big company, everything that is born has a lot of structure and planning and timeline and people to do everything, and there's nothing like that. And the experience of working on big companies is very relevant for micro, small, and medium companies. I'm going to read one of Monica's title that is a lot for a Brazilian woman. She was the first Brazilian woman to be among 50 most influential women in the industry of entertainment in the whole world. By the International Woman Report on Variety Magazine 2019. We need to give value to Brazilians, right? Brazilian men and women. And Monica is representing this huge woman. She's head of talent on Warner Bros. Discovery in Latin America. And she works with creation of concepts and series and for streaming HBO Max in all Latin America. And also she works with entertaining brand for broadcasting or signature channels like HBO Max, CNX, TCN, TBS, a lot of channels on the group, especially after the merge, right, Monica? She's also the supervisor of development of research, hiring, recruiting, and many other talents for fiction and non-fiction. We used to work together at Globo for a lot of time, and she was always working on artistic development on Globo. We have also Roberta. Oh, and she's also Sophia's grandmother. She is amazed because she had 3 boys, and now her first grandkid is a granddaughter. God is good. And Roberta was a panelist of UN on New York on the Women's Day. That's not little thing, right? Roberta gives us a lot of pride. She's the mother of Luisa and Pedro. She's a lawyer with specialization in strategy of human resources. And she worked in Natura, IBM, legal departments, and she's now on the legal department of L'Oreal as the legal director of the group, and now she's the coordinator of sorority, a feminine network on L'Oreal, Gaia, it's the name of the network, and also the management pillar. It's a group for working on aging in companies. And she's also going to work about organopolis, and one of her biggest pains and her biggest assets to be a woman and to become an entrepreneur on this company. And on my side, we have Angel Zureta. He's the country manager of Google Cloud in Chile. He worked in Ernst Young for 5 years as one of the associates on technology consulting, and 20 years of Accenture as technology director. He was an intern, and then he went up on the career, and he had some volunteering work on the board of education for girls and boys in vulnerable situation. The name of the group is Code Jesus, and he wrote down that he loves the sports car. These are 3 amazing people that are here with me today. I'm going to try to be dynamic, but because we're going to talk about communication, I'm just going to give you some context on the first trimester of 2023. This year looks like it's even more faster than the other ones. On January, we saw the GTP released with 100 million users, and if you compare with TikTok, it took TikTok 9 months to reach that amount of subscriber. Because it was January, I'm just thinking about technology, the impact of pandemics, of burnout. It's a silent pandemic of burnout. Jacinta Ardern said she wanted to leave her position. And from February to March, here in Brazil, we need to talk about climate negationism. Because in São Paulo, we had a disaster, and ESD watching, there were the problems with wineries. I'm not going to give any moral value judgment, but are situations that we need to think about when we are going to become entrepreneurs or when we are executives of big companies. And also in January, we had the case of Americanas. Again, I'm not judging morally or anything like that, but this is going to change the governance paradigms of companies. Amazing impact in 3 months of this new year. What do we do? In the area of communication, narratives will create truths, and also narratives are going to create lies. I'm not talking about fake news. How can we deal and handle with communication in such fast time? We know that the context today is king, and this is going to support all communication. I'm going to ask all of them something regarding that, but I would like to provoke with a phrase that I just read and heard in a retail event. Tim Baxter from Express, it's a retail store in US. Leaders are good to bring new and not that good at stopping the old. I was listening to him and I was thinking about that. We are very capable of looking to the future, but we cannot stop doing things that we were doing on the past. This is something that made me think about. And there are many things that we see, but we don't, but we don't look, or we don't really view. And how can we mobilize our teams, including everyone, to change this strong change in brands and this communication fragmentation, because I know that with this abundance, niches are now mainstream. How can we communicate inside this trimester? How many things happened and this changed the way we position ourselves as companies, as citizens, as people? Hello. Well, it's an honor to be here. Even though panel is communication, I'm not from communication. So I'm going to bring a view from my market to include everyone. I'm going to talk about L'Oréal's view and my point of view as a manager. Looking at L'Oréal, we have diversity, equity, and inclusion as the core of the business. And how we are structuring ourselves. We have 5 pillars: ethnicity, LGBTQs, PCD, they're people with disability, women, and now we have age, 55 plus. What Dani mentioned is very interesting because we think this is very well structured. Ju is here, she's 26, she was the creator of the Woman Network on L'Oréal. She's 26. Just please raise your hand, Ju. And she works at L'Oréal, and she woke up one day and she decided that she was going to create the network, and now she presents and represents this pillar to our global director, Margaret. And she came from Paris to here to know these networks. How can we include everyone? First, we need to have a diverse view and without hierarchy. And it's very hard, but she has energy. And us, we have to stop a little bit, and the other one will accelerate. And from L'Oréal point of view, it's a product, communication, or when we hire someone, diversity needs to be at the core of the business. And from my point of view as manager, and I used to be an entrepreneur, I had one worker, one employee, and now I have a big team, and that's okay. This safe environment where you bring inclusion and when you can bring the best out of people. It's not saying, oh, everyone now we trust each other, let's give a group hug. That's not it. You need to build this space with a different look, the active listening. 80% of the times we're here just to answer. I'm not listening to you because I want to listen to you. Oh, I'm going to answer that and that and that and that. The idea is to have an active listening and to care about who is talking and to see who will work better in which places. Andrea, who's worked with me, is also here. And when I arrived at L'Oréal, they had an amazing team, but with little exposure and little trust among the group. We need to build trust, and inside the company, we need to have diversity at core. Monica? How do we communicate, including everyone? The female agenda is important. The race topic is important. How can we communicate to everyone without creating walls inside the company or between brands in order to mobilize everyone on this time spirit? Well, I believe in education, Dani. We need to talk about things, and we need to create a structure to knowledge. We need to organize ourselves so this exchange can happen in a more effective way. At Warner, we have 4 pillars. I loved your idea to have this other generation pillar. We have an area that is called DAY, diversity and age and inclusion. And it talks to everything that you are talking about, that is caring about people. We know that everything was even worse because of the pandemics, but corporative life, it's harder. And this is true for big companies and small companies. Insecurity are huge. We don't get enough questions. We have a lot of questions, and we don't get enough answers. And all industries are changing at the same time with a lot of social pressure, because we need to do some historical reparation that need to be coordinated and understood. And sometimes this will create more stress. We need to understand that we are living in a burnout, collective burnout moment. Everyone is tired, and for women, I think we know that very well. This is even stronger in our group. I'm a grandmother and executive. It's the best period of my life, but on the noon, I'm with my granddaughter to help my daughter-in-law because she needs to rest a little bit. And we need to understand that the emotional, the psychological aspects of all the teams are important, and that every person is in a different time. And it's the second restructurization of Warner in 2 years. First was Warner and Turner with HBO Max, and with the merge with Discovery, now we are remaking the structure. And because of this merge, we have cut of costs. And when in a very fast period with a lot of impact, you need to take care of people's mental health. All the work that we can do with the Human Resources Department, communication, marketing, legal, etc., to do these forums where we can exchange, where we can educate ourselves, where we can talk about our impressions and give psychological support, so people won't feel so guilty for not knowing how to answer things. This is a problem. This is our daily life, and our life is in beta now in all industries. And some industries face more impact on technology or because of technology. But the reality is that everything is unsure in the world, and the focus in mental health, it's paramount, using all this support network for structured talks, and people can have their own repertoire to talk and to deal with that. Thank you, Monica. That's with you. How can we prepare ourselves to such big changes in communication, if it's internal or external communication of our business? How do we do that? Always trying to remember to include everyone. I'm going to speak in Spanish. There are many things to consider that are important. We are talking about this velocity of change, and I think something that is common in our company is often frequent communication. It doesn't depends on the velocity of the speed of the change, but Google has experience policies, and we accept error a lot. If you make a failure, an error, that's okay, and then we're not going to error anymore, and we can bring a product or a service that we were trying to develop. We now have this culture inside our team that can give us this tool where we can collaborate, and because of that, we can develop a communication tool. I'll give you an example. We have a tool on Google that is Dory. Like Dory from Finding Nemo, the blue fish. The blue fish has a lot of questions, and Dory, what we do inside Google is when we have a communication or anything that we are going to release, we create a specific dory for that. And people will send the message, anything, to the president, to the CEO, to whatever. It's an intern too. And those who are going to connect, okay, I like this question, and people can like the question, and people like a lot. This is going to be up on the ranking. And many times what happens is, what is the most creative or the most qualified question? We use that a lot. And regarding external communication, we work with the development of ideas that can have an impact wherever we are and involved with the communication. We invite communities and developers and architects because we don't have the answers. This is why we need to ask the community that is bigger than us, and we are very honest. This is our opinion. We don't have an answer. We are looking for these answers, and they will feed us with these answers, and this way we can develop whatever we need with a lot of collaboration. We know now that for brands to be relevant, they need to listen to what society needs, to society agenda. So I'm going to ask Monica, we never had so many generations living together in the same work market and consumer market with a lot of strength inside the market. Content evaluation, we will use this about the society. How can we create content or choose content based on that? I'm using the word all, but it's not for everyone. Okay? So content creation will be based in a social and anthropological study where the content will be broadcast.
And when we look at streaming, maybe this is the greatest challenge, to be able to communicate with the whole world with all these cultural and generational differences. And when we begin to develop a project, a content, and we begin to write, we always begin with a research to understand the audience. And when we talk about a company that needs this travelability, we try to identify what joins us. And so we're all human, and if you observe, naturally the content industry still tries to keep the genders in series. The approach is more and more a human approach, and it can be understood by, I don't know if you saw The Last of Us, a series that just ended the first season at HBO Max. HBO, it's a dystopia about zombies or zombie-like creatures, and the zombie-like creatures take over the world. If you haven't seen, I recommend, because these if you watch it, you notice it's not about that. This is just a code to take us to other place, and the series talks about human relationships in extreme times as we all live, even without zombie-like creatures, and how the human relationship makes us cross some challenges. So deep down, I think that our questions are always the same. Where do we come from? Where do we go to? And this is regardless of generation. And maybe that's where our main focus is, trying to find what's common to all. We are all collective, living these sufferings, and the way we deal with them is different. Roberta was saying sometimes we have to be entrepreneurs and to push, and sometimes this is what happened in generations, in newer generations. They tend to have this bigger impulse, and the older generations usually make some considerations. Oh, I've been there. That boost is fine. But have you thought about this? So this is a very important exchange. So when you go to contents, we try to reproduce. You see that it is very common to have representatives of different ages, of different types of people. So that's why inclusion is important, because it's a way to amplify these contact points of reference. Of course, you always have a main lead uh, guiding the story, but they are always by other points of view. And this is the discussion of different points of view that makes us think about things. So this is the function of the content we talked about in the industry of entertainment. Is to distract? No, it's not. It's an industry to make us think, to make us reflect about things. And maybe that's the huge difference between content production that is individual and content production that is professional. And maybe this is the huge difference, because when you go to a company that creates a professional content, you need to have a lot of responsibility. So it has a lot of consequence when you think about your life. If you have the right inputs, you may be able to help or harm someone. So this responsibility of when they produce content, it's very important, because the imaginary is what is can do huge transformations, and then there's this power that is quite interesting, that brings a lot of responsibility. So that's why we need to try to understand social movements, to propose discussions in the right moment and the right size. And it's important and to bring more provocations than the average. And we cannot create a rejection by the audience. And it's interesting to bring for content, for creators and brands that get involved with this content, is to create a dialogue where we can hold hands with the audience and allow that to be spread out. We create a positive buzz where we can bring reflections. Especially, I think that the professional content is intentional. It starts from this and has the responsibility of developing properly, because we know to be able to produce what's imaginary is quite powerful and has a lot of influence in our everyday life, and bringing what we have in terms of our entrepreneur forums, how much this inspires us, how many strong characters really brings some click in our minds. And when you're talking about responsibility, I'm going to pass on to Roberta. It's still the month of the woman, and we see that it's a context that goes forward and backwards. And I believe that we went more forward than we have gone backwards. So without wanting to create a polemics, The beauty industry has oppressed us women, and I know that L'Oreal has. I want. I wanted you. I wanted you to talk a little bit of how was L'Oreal's process and how when the brands had to create a standards of women and so on. How was that? That's great, Danny, and doing a reflection on what you said. I've never thought of entertainment this way. And when we see L'Oreal, that's it. If we go back like 40 years ago, the industry of beauty and fashion, they established beauty standard, Euro-centered, skinny, tall, blonde, blue eyes. But it has evolved, but very little. The last 10 years or maybe 15 years, L'Oreal, which is number one beauty company, it has its social responsibility, which is the way I communicate and what I have done and to rescue what I have communicated. If I'm number one company, it's not something new. We have our share of responsibility, and how do we get this back? How would we extract that back? So we created a manifest which is creating the beauty that moves the world. Danny was saying everybody is going this way and I'm going to do the other way. But these are beautiful sentences, but many times they're loose. But being within L'Oreal, well, I can say these are not loose sentences. It's something that we live every day. From who I'm going to hire our influencers. We have been worked with our nano influencers, those who have more than 10 to 15,000 influencer. Thais Araújo is still our ambassador, so we're in an entrepreneur forum. So the cost of our company is quite important. So when you have, we work with Maju, a girl who has Down syndrome. So I am a woman that this really influenced my self-esteem. I'm not that standard of women that was designed in the past. And what we see today in observing whether in a soap opera or in an ad, in a TikTok, we did a Colorama campaign with Funk. What I've known from L'Oreal from the past, people couldn't even imagine something like that. And although we are a global and French company, and we make it so really organic, which is so a loose translation for really messy. And people say that we can do whatever we want, and I came from Natura and IBM, everything is right, quite corrected. And when I got to L'Oreal, I said, that's the way. So although I'm a legal director, I'm here in the communication forum, and who referred me was my boss. I think that's wrong. It has nothing to do with me, and it does, because I went there and said, this is where I want to be. I want to be a legal director, but my entrepreneur the entrepreneur side is within myself, and I have this impact. I want to be part of it. So our president for the last 2 years, the first Brazilian president, because during the 6 years of L'Oréal in Brazil, they were European, and L'Oréal Brazil is a Brazilian company. It has to reflect our company, our society actually. And you can see that how it changed. So I need to have a skinny, fat, white, black, with all kinds of hairs. Now we have Novadio for menopause, which is a bit expensive product, but you have shampoo Urubu, Caixa dos Sonhos from El Sev, which is for the large audience. And so in the industry of beauty, and I had never connected this to entertainment, it goes through this responsibility. What you said at HBO, you have a responsibility as well as a ad that L'Oreal that I produce. I have a responsibility as well. And L'Oreal, really, the work they do is really amazing. And as a woman, I can say, although I have always been part of the standard, I have awareness in this. When we work to the public power, so in terms of brands, we need to follow a journey and it reaches the public power, public governments, because there are changes of laws that are needed to go forward in society. And you work in technology. How? What's your strategy in terms of communication, whether it's internal or external, to attract more and more women and girls for technology? And I saw that you do a work in Chile to welcome girls into Google. In the beginning, we had a panel of women and technology. We have representatives here. How do you do this work in Google, but you go beyond that in terms to create a sensitivity in the public governments? That's a very interesting question, because in technology there's a it's because there's a great diversity in our sectors as leaders in every company. We have an important responsibility to bring this, to attract this talent, and we have to work as openly as possible to be successful for that talent to come to our organization. So Google has created groups, the employee resource groups, in which there's a self-management and a way to create content to develop ideas. For instance, the women's groups, anti-racism groups, LGBTQ, and they can lead discussions. Okay, this is a concern thing. Let's discuss this. And it's hard to say there is established prescription. Okay, it's a receipt very defined. It's a pinch of salt, a pinch of sugar, a pinch of water, this much of water. And we create all this change and all this process because it will depend of our personal involvement. So we need an indicator so that more and more women come into this. That's a personal conviction, because somehow it allows us to make more and more women be part of of companies. There's a value which is respect the user, the respect. We think that our product, and we were talking about a few products, and a few products reach billions of people every day. Google, YouTube, Maze, and so on. So we need to be careful to understand how we work with each group in terms of gender diversity or whatever. And when we launch a product, there might be a problem. For instance, if I build only an engineer team from only one university, all of them men, probably it will be a crappy product because it won't respect the user as a whole. We need to reconnect this collective and make it as broad as possible. So because here we'll have the greatest amount of ideas to reach the market with more experience and with a greater amplitude. Now we're going for two final rounds. This entrepreneur forum, when you sit in an executive chair, know that we are entrepreneur. We call it intra-entrepreneurship. So what's the legacy that you will leave on the chair that you're sitting now? What do you think that, what's the legacy that you can leave for women, specifically for women? I always say that leadership brings responsibility. So how do you exert this responsibility at the seat that you're sitting right now? The legacy at L'Oreal? If you'd like to talk about any other company, there's no problem. Well, at L'Oreal, the legacy that I want to leave is girls such as Ju, and that are in the beginning of their career has an easier journey and can reach the executive board as I am today. As technology, I began in telecom, and then I went from Telemar, then IBM, and it was a heavy journey. So the legacy is to bring lioness, to bring opportunity, and that one day we can see Juliana, president of L'Oréal Brazil. If I see this, it will be amazing. That will be amazing. And contributing for the affinity groups from which you're responsible. I think the autonomy, because maybe a huge difficulty from the corporate life is this. I was joking with Angelo because he went through several consultings. So you're responsible for so many restructuring and templates. So we know that more and more, because of the size of business, everything is very, and it tends to create a huge scale of approvals, making things more bureaucratic. And I think that this is the spirit of an entrepreneur, to be able to generate a culture of mistake and the sense of trying. So maybe this is the most important thing for any business, not being afraid of trying. And making mistakes is part, so we have a resilience to try again, to find a new pathway. So this is the most important thing, because when we manage to have this strength and this muscle, because we always say that we have the formal organograms, every company has theirs, and the informal ones, which are the power influence, which is if you talk to certain person, you manage to generate a voice that will manage to overcome a barrier, because the corporate barriers are real. So in this sense, the autonomy risk is the essence of entrepreneurship. It will be very good for a more structured company. When I was younger, I said I wanted to have a career, and so I need to be with men, because I want to be with them, or sitting on their chair or above them. So I created internal tools to create with men. So you, as a great leader, what are you going to leave to women? I feel watched right now. Well, there's something very important that has to do, and it happens in Brazil and in all of Latin America, when we see the jobs that entrepreneurs create. At least in Chile, more than 80% of jobs are given by entrepreneurs. Chile has a very strong entrepreneurial culture. we have the visibility of huge companies, but what really creates impact is the entrepreneurship. So I'm really convinced that we need to have opening with the ecosystem. We need to help the ecosystem as much as possible to be mentors. Many people have talked about this, and follow your entrepreneurs as well. And I believe that we have more limitations and more complications because we need to feel better, and also we need to take care of that and share our experience. And I really, this is key, and we have an important role as leaders. Thank you. So I'd like you to say two words. The three of them, their executives are huge companies. They are or have been entrepreneurs. What's the greatest pain of being an entrepreneur? What's the greatest asset that you could carry as women and you as an experienced executive? Two words: greatest pain and the greatest asset. Greatest pain is its uncertainty. Will it work? Won't it? I will be rich. I'll be poor. Did it go right? It didn't. So uncertainty is. It's a constant. It's always that. All learning. I've learned a lot. If I had known you before, maybe I wouldn't be here. Maybe I would carry on with my business. Anyway, I didn't have the support network I have from the corporate means, but not from entrepreneurs. I didn't know anybody at the time. So, and the greatest joy is to look at things and say, "Wow, man, I created that." And I was really proud of creating that company and have lived that experiences. Monica said something important with age. We we are safer. Well, I'm not 50 yet, but I still want to go on, and had the courage to leave that place at 42 years old. A huge crisis, and things went bad and went sour, and then I went back and rebuilt things, and I'm really proud of this, and with everybody, with my family, with my friends, and so on. So, the proud of what was possible. And I think the pain is uncertainty. And for me, the greatest pain is not being able to deal with limits. I'm also like to, and there's no way you have limits of your investment capital, you have the limits of bureaucracy, and on we're working in rural. We have a agri-forestal coffee farm. Began selling on Instagram today. SNZ Cafearia. You can find it on Instagram. So we have a lot to do, and we have to do it slowly because there are limits. This is the greatest pain. And the greatest thing is, at least from my point of view, is to be able to bring this gaze. And in rural environment, it's very well known for a lot of inequality and the very low wages, and we're able to do it in a very being able to do with everybody's well hired, and teaching these rural workers who were used to work with monoculture, with fertilizers, and the power of regenerative, of working with agroforest. And so there's also an education work for that region and for those people who are working with us, which is, I think, it's my greatest pride.
I don't know if I understood everything, but my biggest pain it was the lack of support. Many times we are handling everything by ourselves. We are having to face the lack of funds, or you don't have clients. It lacks network. This is why I think it's so important to have collaboration. But the positive things are to see a result. When you see people receiving your product or your service, they receive it with a lot of happiness, and they thank you. And this thank you that you receive, it's amazing. This will make your heart beat faster and be stronger. So this is the biggest part. It's very nice to end the panel this way, because we Forum is here to do this, the support, this loneliness that the entrepreneur sees and faces. Now you have We Forum and other networks. I'm part of a group that is becoming a real structure right now, and I would like to give you a message. It's in English, but the name is One Up, and we rise and raise others. It's an international group. We, women, we need to make this more natural and internalize that. When we are at a leading position, where we are in a more privileged position, we cannot forget other women. We know there's a lot of competitiveness between us. This forum is not an example of that. This is an example of cooperation, but we need to touch those points and realize that we have a lot of competitiveness against among us, and we need to pull each other when we are up. And I can give my personal testimony saying that Monica is part of my life that was up. Betty Hito also, when she got up, she pulled me up. And when I went a little bit up, I pulled Monica and Betty and etc. And we were in groups that were allergic and not synergic. And because of our collaboration, we could work together. We are not going to win this game if we don't embrace ourselves, if we don't pull each other. Men know how to do that. Men are more organized because the word was organized and structured this way. I'm not making a criticism against men. Actually, I'm saying that this good practice that they are doing, they helping each other. Oh, you don't have a work? Come here, let's do this project. There's nothing with you here for you now, but just come here. They try to create a network where they are brothers. There's this brotherhood among men, and we need to have that. We need to get used to it, and we need to make this a habit. Every day, how can I help a woman today? If a woman calls us, we need to stop a little minute and help each other. And we are talking about difference in mankind and humankind. 50% are women and 50% were born from a woman. When we are helping a woman, we are helping our kids, our siblings, and everyone in the humankind. If you are up, please pull others. This is how we're going to win. Let's go to the picture. I love the t-shirt. I want one.
Daniela Mignani, mentora.
Thank you, Daniela Mignani, mentor of Talk to You, and channels of former channel directors on Globe, and Roberta Salvador from L'Oreal, and Monica Albuquerque, head of talent management and teleseries development in Warner Bros. Discovery. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation, and you really contribute with our event. Now we are moving to the energy panel. we are going to talk about energy. And we are going to have an overview of the Brazilian energy sector, and also the increased demand on renewable sources and challenge and perspectives of female gender in energy. This meeting is a chance to amplify the voice of female in the sector, showing the knowledge and creating a space of speak for workers in the area. Even though women are almost half of world population, gender equity is a challenge. In the power sector, women are underrepresented, being only 32% of all workforce in renewable energy and only 21% in the work on eolic energy, according to a research that were publicized by IRENA. To talk about this topic, I'm going to invite on stage Sarah Cohen, who is ambassador on the Foreigner Business Ministry on the Netherlands. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the General Counsel of the Netherlands here in Brazil, and we believe that this is a very important forum, and I'd like to share some words with you. In a more dynamic economy, when all citizens can contribute in an equal way with no gender differentiation, when we don't give space to women's voice, we are going to see an economy or companies that are not reaching their potential. When we think about renewable energy, women represent only 32% of renewable energy workforce, and when we think about oil and gas, only 22%. And on the Netherlands, we are creating an external policies that is very feminist. Maybe you heard the human rights ambassador mention that this will support the idea of women making decision and giving rights to women to speak. If we represent half of the population, we are not in enough space to make these decisions. We are working to reach gender equity and to have success in the work market and also among the entrepreneurship area. We want to encourage women entrepreneurs to explore opportunities abroad, Brazil, and we want to give support to female models to have international entrepreneur. We want to listen to you. This stage was quite emotional to me because we could hear other people's experience. We believe in a sustainable economy, thinking about environment and where both genders can act equally. Companies that are led by women are more connected with green change, and when you compare with companies that are led by men. In our societies as a whole, we see that when we encourage women entrepreneurs, we are encouraging access to equal opportunities, and we are also improving the whole environment. When we think about energy, all around the world we have to face a lot of challenges when you need to move from old models and renewable energy models, because we depend on the nature resources and vital resources such as water and land. We are having a dangerous environment in our planet, and this is a strategy that we cannot keep. We need a sustainable approach to maximize everything that we are extracting, and we need a more sustainable ecosystem. And nobody can face this challenge by itself. This is why we need to exchange information and experiences, and to face such a problem, such important challenge requires a global cooperation. On this journey, women entrepreneur is paramount, because we should invest in this woman entrepreneur. And just to conclude, I'd like to highlight that we can all be champions on this gender equity and women entrepreneur, because gender equity and woman entrepreneur will require collective effort on all of us. I hope you're having an inspiring forum, and thank you for having me. Well, let's move on our panel. I'd like to invite the moderator, Mariana Feldman, Vice President of Wiki. She's dedicating all her energy to WeForum. Let's invite Nalu Ferraciola. She's CEO on Latin America of Transmission Services at Siemens Energy. Paula Altavilla, CEO of Schneider Electric for Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Welcome, Paula. And Rosiane Santos. She's a management consular on CCEE. The floor is yours. And Wilson Ferreira Jr., the President of CEO of Eletrobras. It's not a prejudice against you, okay? Your name was in the different page.
Então, boa tarde para esse.
Good afternoon to this amazing forum. My name is Mariana Feldman. I used to be an Austrian ambassador. I was ambassador 4 times in Colombia, once in Venezuela and the Caribbean, and from 2012 to 2016 here in Brazil. And energy was always something that was very clear to us. We were the ones in Austria who created Kaplan turbine, Taipu, everything has Austrian heart. I'm the mother of 2 amazing daughters. One is a tunnel engineer. She works in Switzerland, and the other one is an architect in Curitiba. So it's the next Feldman generation is already on the wheels. We are here to talk about energy in a very important moment. I think it's a transcendental moment, because in the last years we didn't have such important moments like we are here on this moment they are facing here on the planet. We're going to talk about decision making and everything that is changing in this sector, and of course what is women's role in this context. Wilson Ferreira Jr., Let's start with you, because the last are going to be the first. Your career were dedicated to energy. You graduated in electric engineering on Mackenzie in São Paulo, and also you graduated in management for the same college. You were the president of Eletrobras from 2006 to 2021, and then you came back after a period as the CEO of Vibra. And now you are head of the company that produce more energy all around Brazil. You have 23% of the whole energy capacity in Brazil. How do you see this moment, this period, and what it means, this transition to Eletrobras? Because I know you have a green matrix with a lot of hydroelectric, a lot of water, and water is missing or lacking. How are you going to face this challenge? First of all, good afternoon to you all, women and men. We have a few of us. Let's just greet some of those men. But I'd like to thank you for your invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Just making an observation. Only 30% of people that are in our sector are women. And here we have 4 executives and 3 are women. I've been working on this sector for 43 years. And 43 years ago, if you entered an energy company, we would have only 5% of women in our payment paper, and never on leading positions. And it's a pleasure to be here. I'm really sensible to it, because I think women can cooperate, contribute, and the proof is here. You are here. Some of my associates, the president of Speak is one of my employees. Adriane Valtrice is a beast. She's amazing. The president of CBF Brazil, Karen, is also an employee. She started as an intern. And someone mentioned about eolic energy. The president of this sector in Eletrobras, the wind energy, I think we have a lot with this woman leading role. And it's over 30%. So 30% is like half cup full. We can improve, we should improve, and the moment we will make this reality. But we need to recognize that we progressed. And I need to give my testimony on how much women had improved our sector and developed the sensitivity that we need. Talking about energetic transition, this needs to be clear. Women can contribute a lot, because when we go to an emergency, women are going to act, and they're going to be smarter to do the right curves. The transition topic is the most important on our century, in my opinion, because what we saw here, what happened in São Paulo, the worst rain ever. I was there. I have a house in the same place for 25 years, and it was the first time that the water reached the window of my car. It's something very remarkable. And this is happening because of we are raising the temperature of the globe. We are 1.5 degrees, 2.5 degrees over what we should. And maybe we can get to 3.5. And when you raise the temperature of the globe, these kind of disasters are going to happen, and the frequency of these disasters will increase. Dries that we never saw in the south of Brazil. These are the effects and the frequency of this happening. This is the problem that we are facing and the challenge that we are facing. Why are these things happening? Maybe this is the whole point of this communication that I'm doing. 25% of carbon emission is to create energy, 70%, and 14% it's what are the carbon emissions for cars, ships. Talking about Brazil, how can we improve that? We need to lower the emissions. The biggest emission, that is the electric generation, 70% in the whole world, because we generate with coal, with oil, and gas. And each one of these generations will create carbon emission. But in Brazil, when we look at the power matrix, 21% is renewable, meaning 79 it's not. In Brazil, it's the opposite. 83% is renewable and only 15 or 70% isn't renewable. We are developing a lot in the water, hydroelectrics, biomass, and etc. But these need to be encouraged, and we need to ask the other countries to do the same. I'm always thinking about the planet like a condominium where everyone lives, and we are an inhabitant that is doing things right. There are others that are not doing the right things, and we need to engage this force and ask everyone to do the same. And some of them, they don't do it because they don't have money. They cannot do it. They don't have natural resources like we do. This is the biggest challenge of this century, engaging everyone on the same topic, on the same perspective of creating renewable energy in all processes. Also, I need to remember that when I went to Vibra Energy for 2 years, we sold gas, oil. So it was a very important change in my career. I stayed there for only 2 years, but it was very important because that company is the biggest distributor of gas in Brazil. 14%, it's carbon emission for cars and bus and trucks. In Brazil, it's 12. Why it's 12 in Brazil? Because we have biogas, and we have 20% of ethanol in all gas, and 80% of the cars are flexible, and our diesel has biodiesel. This is another good example. Just to close your answer, how do I perceive that? With a lot of hope. We have the example, Brazil is good in it, and we can use renewable energy to produce energy and electricity, and trying to think about women in the sector. We have this global trend and big plants on hydroelectrics. Now you can have a solar rooftop, and this is renewable energy produced at home. These formats of making these energies accessible, maybe you can be part of a group of people, like a solar farm that is around your house. These new models, this new business model, innovation model, is where we see more women. Elby is there, and when we look at many initiatives on solar energy, if it's in accessible platform or any solution, business solution, they are women that are leading the way. This is a way for us to pass from 32 to 50%. And I'll be very happy to see that happening.
I think 32% really makes us enthusiastic. Okay, we have an energy generation, then we go for energy transmission. And women with Nalu, Nalu Ferraccioli, she's CEO Latam of Transmission Service at Siemens Energy. As Wilson, you have worked practically all your life in the energy sector at ABB and Alstom. You went through briefly at Telecom, and now you're at Siemens, and it's a very male environment. Well, let's go back to this gender issue later on, but I'd like to know from you, what are the expectations of Siemens Energy in terms of digitalization, thinkings about efficiency of transmission, because our planet depends not only of energy generation that is more sustainable, but all on an efficiency behind this sector. What can you tell us about this? Well, it's an honor and a pleasure being here and discuss this topic that it's so important, and we've been talking so much about this. I think that Wilson really gave a perfect introduction. Everybody's seeing this world situation and how we are facing this, and there's an important issue, and Brazil is very well positioned concerning this renewable energy sources. In terms of transmission, because energy works throughout from end to end of the grid, and there's a huge debate in terms of innovation. How do we deal with these issues, and how to have the resources, not only the technological ones, but people as well? And when we think about women and women's training, and how do we prepare them for the market, this is the positive issue. Although it's a global problem, it's a very serious situation, and we need to start to get ready and bring innovations. And we've been working a lot in terms of decarbonization, green hydrogen, and we've been talking about important projects that are not only going to be a reference, but for other countries as well, with the collaboration. We're always discussing things. The situation that we see today in the world, there's not only one partner or only one player that is going to solve the global problems. So now is the moment to look for partnerships and joint solutions and use more and more the co-creation models, how to work together. And I think that in it women come really strong, and we're going to talk about the preparation, but I think this is a very relevant issue because women are able to do these negotiations with a lot of autonomy. And because of men, they're also allied. Thank you, Wilson, for the market, because we know how the energy market is. It's a very male, masculinized market. Things are getting better, but there's still a long way to go. And once again, in terms of transmission, we have innovation to bring a more technological basis, especially when we try to understand what's happening to forecast and avoid a few problems. The, the implementation of the installed park, and it brings a lot of positive things for us. Thank you, Nalu. Now we'll carry on to Paula Altavilla. She's the CEO of Schneider Electric for Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Paula, you you were graduated in business administrations. You have more than 20 years in huge companies such as 3M, and now you're president of Schneider Electric in Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Schneider received an award as one of the most sustainable companies in the world, and it's also a company such as Siemens that is betting on digitalization of this sector, and it and recently I've been in an event with you where Schneider was one of the participants in terms of ESG, and we saw how Schneider works and talks a lot about the footprint of Schneider's employees. And my question is, the consumer, the energy consumer, what Schneider can make so that this consumer is more conscious, and how can you raise awareness in the consumer to use a more sustainable energy? I think that with the pandemic, this is a subject that came home. Many people saw the impact of the home office. Energy doesn't come only from the outlet of the wall of your home. So Schneider has a lot to contribute. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation and the opportunity. It's an honor for me to represent Schneider Electric in this such a relevant event, together with such important references. I'm going to speak in Spanish to try to answer your question. As Wilson said, Latin America and South America, and specifically, has a much greener grid than the rest of the world. So the emissions are generated from other activities that are, for instance, fossil fuels, mobility, the equipments, and that many industries use, for instance, steel making industry. And this we have to work with the offer, but also we need to work with the demand in terms of to work with technologies with green generation. In terms of demand, we need to work also because it's a huge challenge. We know that probably 90% of the companies of the Fortune 500, they have environmental commitments and decarbonization commitments, and when we add, if they are met, these commitments are met, we will be saving 4 gigatons of CO2. To reach that goal of 1.5 and not to go over that goal, we need to work 3 times faster. So we need to generate this decarbonization revolution. And from the point of view from Schneider Electric, from one side, we need to electrify all these activities that are dependent on fossil fuel, and some, for instance, some equipments in heavy industries, and also to work a lot in terms of efficiency. The Institute of Investigation of Schneider Electric assessed that 55% of decarbonization of carbon emissions that we need not to reach that, not to go over that 1.5%. We need to speed up this decarbonization process, and basically we would be successful in doing what we call electricity 4.0. On one side, to electrify, on the other hand, to digitalize the process. 60% of the energy that is generated is lost throughout the process. So if we digitalize all the processes and we work in terms of illumination, heating, and refrigerations in the buildings, in the industry, in residences, we would be monitoring and automizing 30% of what we have today. And on one hand, we would generating less emissions, but on the other side, we give access to energy to an amount of people in the world that we calculate in 700,000 million people. In Brazil, it's about 2 million people that have no access to energy. And many times, we could provide productive activities, and women are in front of that. And there's interesting issue in Tombiras. It's a small community, 2 hours by boat from Manaus, and Schneider has been working together with the Sustainable Amazonia Institute, and we provide access to education and hospital. And many of the entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs of this community, they try to sell their products through internet. All of this is around how can we approach the 2 greatest challenges of our generation, which is the climate change and also the social and equity inclusion, especially women's inclusion, because we know it's the first more than 50% of the world, more than 60% of university students, but we are underrepresented in economical participation and in political participation. And as we were saying earlier, energy is one of the sectors that we are more underrepresented. And I'd like to congratulate the organizations for this, for creating these panels in different sectors. I hope I have replied your question. Yes, you answered perfectly. We'll carry on in the second round in the women on Schneider. So to conclude this first round with Roseanne Santos, she's from the administration board of CCAEE, Commerce Council of Energy. You are a lawyer and you have advised several companies in this sector, and presently you're a director and counselor from the Commerce Chamber of Electric Energy, with works in diversity and inclusion, and you aim to work gender equity in a systematic way, allowing development and female protagonism in all states of life. Also, you're a mentor of Top to You, a development of leaders platform, member of businesswomen and the industry federation. So CCE has been paramount in the debate about the opening of energy market in Brazil, especially in the proposals. There's a chronogram for this liberalization. How is this chronogram nowadays when we household consumers, and when we'll be able to choose who do we get that energy from? And in CC's analysis, how long will it take for that? Well, good afternoon, first of all. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation by Monica Monteiro to be part of this panel. She's a friend of mine. She's a very inspiring person. I'll break the protocol a bit because and all the because when we get older, we learn that we never must leave important opportunities in our lives to go by. And I have to say something of the presence of Wilson in this panel with me. Wilson, after my father, who's my greatest guru, he's my coach, my guru. He and when I'm really angry, he tells me to keep cool. And I can testify here that there are several women in the sector that we are fans of him. We call ourselves the Will Sets. And I can state on behalf of the Will Sets that what he promotes is wonderful in terms of women's growth in the sector. So I'd like to state this here in public, everything that you've done for me. And talking about CCE, sometimes I noticed, and this is my second week forum, that people didn't know very well what CCE. So before talking about market opening, I'd like to explain that governance of the electric sector. Maybe you'll understand in a very simple way. We talk about the national operator of the system that operate our physical grids, everything that's wire, cable, physical way, it comes from the ANS. But it doesn't need only the physical part. It needs the contracts and the economy and the commerce of buying and selling. So those who make the operation of the market, of the commercialization of energy, which is the commercial branch, so that we can have access to energy, is the CEE. So everybody that buys and sells energy in Brazil, direct or indirectly, goes through CCEE. So, having said that, only in the end I'll do a complement of transition, but I think the most important reason that has happening so far is a fact that doesn't happen not only in energy industry, but in the empowerment of the consumer. The electrical sector came from a format where it was determined by the offer, generation, and supply and the expansion. And then we had all the trend of digitalization, technology, globalization, development of new technologies. And then we have this central pillar, which is the consumer. So today we're going through an inflection point. Today we have the modernization of the electric sector. But one of the main one is opening, market opening, because who really commands this chain is the consumer. In the electric sector, we have two kinds of consumers, the free and the captive ones, who are here, so the household dwellers, that we call it Group B. Today, we cannot choose who do we buy energy from, but this agenda from consumers totally linked to energy transition and ESG, because the most empowered consumers don't want to buy any kind of energy. Those who have their own business, who are, we call the big ones, they can choose their supplier. The middle ones will be able to choose very soon. And also there's a public consultation in which CC really sent a technical note for the ministry giving suggestions for opening the schedule for this opening, because CC is going to operate this opening, and we, as I said, all the commercial side of energy. And today, from 2024, all the huge consumers will be able to choose their suppliers. This is the proposal of the schedule. This schedule is not defined yet, but still in 2026. The B category of low tension will be able to choose. In 2028, the proposition is that the residential Bs, which is ours, and the rural as one. So in very little time, we will be able to choose who to buy from as you choose your bank, as you choose your internet provider, or who your streaming, your TV channel. Energy will be like this as well. So we from this panel, we need to prepare the consumer market for that. We need to empower consumers because from then on, products and services will be better and better, and it will come and it will be created. So it's an important moment that the country has been going on. In terms of energy transition, as CCE, as it has to measure what's going to charge, it's the only entity in the country that knows exactly where did the energy comes from and from which renewable source, because it measures the whole thing. So today we have several platforms that has, Furnace has Engs and others, Totus has another one. They emit these RETs. But today there's this world international problem, which is the double counting in certificates. It's when you certify twice the same energy. And today it's a world problem. There's no world solution. There's a whole debate, especially in terms of green hydrogen, how to solve this issue. CCE will create, I don't know if you've seen Harry Potter, but in Harry Potter, he had that Dumbledore's wand that was the one of the wands. So CCE is going to create a platform that will help these platforms. It will be the platform of platforms, and it will avoid that there is a double counting, because the information comes from that. So we're fully committed with the energetic transition and with the carbon. Thank you, Rose. And we still have two tests. One is that we women, we're going to be the ones who are going to choose who's going to be our energy provider, because usually we are the ones who organize our household budget. So in the next week forum, we should do a small panel only about this theme so we can understand this more and more. And in this platform, to avoid double counting, if we want to women, we need to have women who know about the data, because everything is data handling. So women learning everything to do with data to work at CCE in this platform. So in the second round, Wilson, you've anticipated my question, because I wanted to know what the Eletrobras does for women empowerment. When I saw in your page, practically all sub-companies, as it was this the month of women, we saw many women and many stories about Eletrobras and women. But now, tell us, how do you work with goals? This morning, you were not here, but one of the recommendations is that first, who should work this topic shouldn't be human resources, should be entity directly under the CEO, and the high management of the company should personally provide these goals. And there was this idea that managers and administrators would receive a specific bonus, actually, for managers. I don't mean that Eletrobras should have all of this, but this is something that was said today. I thought what you said, it was amazing, all these suggestions. I'm going to follow them. Somehow, when we talk about, we have a lot of women in company, I can see in, we're talking to a person who simulated that all companies had several women, especially in in the administration board, which is where we could hire. And the positive part, we've always had goals, and our goal is we had a state company until 6 months ago. Uh, Pedro works with me, and he's here, and I say, I only have people. The youngest person in the company is 37 years old. I'm 64 years old. Elena, my daughter, is 10 years old. She could be my granddaughter. And what is it good with this shift of Eletrobras? Now it's a corporation. The pulverized capital, a private company, government is still, the state is still part of this, but now it's a company that will be able to hire people, which is something we couldn't do. We already have goals. We have about 20% of people of the company are women, and 25% of the leadership roles are occupied by women. Our goal was to make that this leadership would be higher than the numbers of company. When you see the holding, which is the company that controls this, our goals was to reach 30%, and we've already came this. It's 35%. And I forgot to say the first time I was replaced. I was, as I said, and it was replaced by Elvira Presta, who is my financial director, and she was as president of the company, and she was a person that was responsible for guiding the final part of this privatization process. So if there's a privatization in Eletrobras, it's really thanks to the leadership of Elvira, with Camila, which was the person that I brought as a director during the pandemics in terms of governance, compliance, and so on. So these are two women, three people led this process, and two of them were women. So it's a historic landmark to have a company such as big as this. And it's important to highlight that it's not only the gender issue. The gender issue is paramount. It's an important evidence. And then you have goals. But the important part is to be diverse, to be similar or ideally equal to the parts of community that we have in terms of race, of sexual orientation, gender, age. And I was playing, because the youngest person is 37 years old, and I always joke when I see women, this will that people have, and I say, this is the chance that I have to bring young people to the company. We don't have this chance since 2009. So now we will be able to make a more diverse company, a company that is more alike communities and that are related to us. So it's important to state that the ministry and the government, we've always had, since 2004, we've been part of a community of gender and race of Ministry of Mines and Energies. Since 2006, we've been part in all the editions of race and women's policies. Eletrobras is one of the 16 companies in Brazil with the Bloomberg stamp. Now in 2020, the holding is in our biggest company, which is Furnas, a part of the equity is priority that now is called. It's part of the 2030 of the global part of having the goal of at least 30% of their positions are filled by women. So Pedro Teles was representing Brazil in the 17th edition of Commissions of Women in New York, in the United States. It's a body of UN to discuss and advance the gender equality and women empowerment at UN. So with the freedom of a private company, we will be able to do a lot more. I'm really happy because the capitalization process goes beyond women's leadership and had money of 360,000 Brazilians, and most of them are women. And I'm really glad to be able to share this new perspective of the company, because it's going to be an example of diversity in Brazil. And congratulations, and Rosane said it's important when other people talk good things about us, but now you have a fan club, and in 1 year we hope that we have an even more diverse Electrobras. So Nalu, Siemens has a goal that we know that Electrobras has overcome. You want to reach 30% up to 2030. How to reach that, and how far is this goal? Is there enough offer in the market? What do we need to have more women? I was really happy with this news, and I've been noticing this. I've been going to a few meetings, and I've had this pleasure to discuss projects with other women, and it's very nice when this happens. And we can already see a change which is totally relevant to the market. And Siemens is also struggling. Today we have 22% of our female leaders. We still see that there's a difficulty. We've been working, we've been struggling, we've been growing every year, but we still couldn't create the speed that we wanted. We want to anticipate that those 30% and not to leave to 2030. We're still working a lot on this, and I think the most relevant issue that we have in women in leadership roles in the work environment in terms of energy is the preparation issue. So how do we bring these women, how do we prepare them to be future leaders, and how can we discuss and prepare our environment, because this is another issue. I come from energy market back there, and we always talk about the difficulties, and today the reality is totally different, but we still have this underlying sexism, and we need to educate our audiences, and this is the process that we've been facing. And it's not only in terms of gender, as Wilson said, it's an issue of race, the issues of the audiences, people with deficiency, with sexual orientation. There are several issues that we want to talk about, so we've been working a lot in terms of education. We always try to look for the organizations to be as updated as much updated as possible, and also we try to create some pacts and partnerships with the UN and different groups that will bring women with the competence that we need, or the energy sector. We have a huge demand for women engineers, but we also have been trying to discuss in universities to talk about this work market and trying to encourage women, and also the mentorship programs, we bring this. Some women have some insecurity, especially when we go to a masculinized market. So we have this resistance that she also needs to choose between having her personal life or being a businesswoman. And we're trying to break taboos and also try to discuss this flexibility within companies.
I'm happy to see that many companies are on the same path that we are, and this is very cool because when we have this movement, this will become bigger and the voice will be lighter, and we can do this transition not only on the energy sector but on the other markets, because this will bring more women professionals and more women wanting to become and to start this journey. We want to have a support group where they can be encouraged and where they can be supported throughout their journey. We don't want their journey to be as hard as the other journeys, the past journeys. And we want these women to follow this path in an easier way. They need to want, and then we need to give all supported, and Siemens Energy is really engaged in this movement, supporting. We have a program that is called Diversifica, like diversify, and we bring some speakers. We talk about many topics, and I believe there are many ways to use this meeting that we're having here, this encounter, to do some exchange, and we do that a lot in our program. We can hear other companies and understand what they are doing, and probably I'm going to talk to some of you to exchange some information, and we can empower each other and support women to grow. Thank you, Analu. That's the idea of this forum, creating this good network. And from this forum, many initiatives will start, and I hope that next year we are going to have better numbers. We are going to ask for it. And what about you, Paula? How are the percentages in Schneider? Do you have goals? We also talked today about goals. We're not talking about quotas. Quotas should be an obligation, but goals would be better. If we talk about goals, we're thinking that people that are over there because they deserve it, and we need to give opportunity to a woman if she has the same skills as a man. I would like to say something about this topic, that this is a process, it's a path that will require times. In Schneider Electric, we've been working on that for 17 years now, and with a lot of commitment and a real commitment of our CEO. The first thing is measurement, it's metrics. We cannot change what we don't measure. The first process was to measure how many women we had. And after 5 years, after these measurements and actions and acknowledge and corporate nights and Dow Jones, we have this holistic view that considers diversity. Now we have goals based on these metrics. These goals are little by little becoming more ambitious, and we want to have 50% of our employees, and that 40% of the medium management line should be women, and we see this in many countries already, and 30% of of higher management level in all subsidiaries. We have a committee in Siemens where 50% are women, and we have 40% in all Latin America. And when we plan these goals, we want to get to these plans and to these goals, and in a specific time. It's a very good way to lead. It's not also to want, when you start working, you need to create the culture. And the harder is to change some cultures. This is why we have specific programs. One of program, an intern program that Schneider Electric leadership, women leadership, that will train and qualify, giving mentorship and coaching tools to every woman that works in our company. And also we have some external programs. We work with universities and some institutions. And in Brazil, we have a partnership where we train over 100 girls to learn more about leadership. And now also in Brasilia, we are working in some universities. And there's a program, the name is Go Green. And we want to attract men and women, but young men and young women, doing programs connected with sustainability and to think more about carbon emission. And 45% of all teams must be women. This is a battery of actions that we are doing. And just to mention another initiative that is, we're really proud about it, is that in Argentina and Uruguay and Paraguay, which is the cluster where I work, we have like an ecosystem. The distributors, integrators, these women, they have a space where they can talk about any difficulties that they are facing. And now they have a role of actions, helping them regarding communication, and we can help them to be leading positions. Recently, in January, we had a new program where we met a lot of women that are very capable, and they are facing a lot of challenges, but by working together, they are finding a lot of tools to have more success. Thank you, Paula. I realize that people are telling us that we are over time, but I would like to ask Rosie to give the last word, because she has a program, an amazing program of mentoring. And I'd like to urge you, and many of you, we have the idea of maybe with all these intellectual skills and abilities, maybe we could have a mentor bank. I don't know how we are going to make this real. And I'll give you, Rosie, the last word. Well, that's a lot. I feel that the responsibilities are in my hand. First of all, I'd like to say that at CCEE for the last 3 years, we opened a very well-structured work on diversity and inclusion. The name is Doodle, and Juliana and Flavia are here. Without them, I would not advance so much. I need to publicize that. On CCE, we have women in phases, mulheres em fase. We talk about diversity, LGBTQIA+, and aging. We are more advanced in gender equity. The name of this program, Mulheres em Fase, Women in Phase, we work with he for she. When I started thinking about that, we need to bring a man to be my sponsor. We are 5 advisors in CCE. We are advisor and counselors. We need to change that. It's kind of confusing, but that's how it works. Well, we are 3 women and 2 men. So I invited one of those counselors and advisors, Marco Delgado. He was here yesterday. Marco, would you like to join this? Would you like to work with me this topic in my organization? And he gave the name to the movement. Mulheres em Fase. And this is like a joke because when the plant is in phase, or they are okay, and also the phases of women. So he created this joke with the words because we are phase people. We have phases. If I could give a suggestion, this is something that worked for us. I don't know if this is the recipe. I'm going to talk a little over than 3 minutes. I'm really anxious about that clock ticking. Anyway, I'm going to try to be succinct. I'd like to give one advice. Make the sensibilization of your corporations before starting to work on this topic. Every corporation represents an extract of a society, and each society has different cultures, different mindsets that are invisible. And now, if this is a minority in your organization, you need to understand that. And this is what we did on CCEE. And one of the decisions that helped me to do he for she is because without a man, it would be very hard to get there. This company is mainly engineers. I'm a lawyer, but mainly engineers. 41% of women on CCEE, 29% in leadership position, and we have a goal that in 3 years we have the same leaders as women in the company, and we can get that. You can ask us about that in the future. How can we do that? It's not only about creating a number and not getting to the number. This is why we created the mentoring program. It was a pilot program. We started last year. We hired a consulting on creating mentors. We selected 9 executives and executive managers, and 2 of the counselors also did this qualification because they was working as mentor, but I needed the same drive. Everyone needs to be on the same page to give the same strength to the movement. We did this course to become mentors. I don't know how long it lasted, but it was a lot of classes, okay? A lot of afternoons. And when we were ready, we also created the goal. When you open such program in an organization, everyone wants to be part. And we need to do something that will add to that individual, but also that will give something back to the company. Otherwise, this will have another goal that is not ours. We got all the assessments of our employees, and based on those 2-year assessment, senior and up, this could start the pilot program. We developed a criteria and goal instead of creating a gossip. Oh, you selected this, A and B are not C. It was clear rules, and everything runs smoothly because we created a very objective criteria and goal. We ended this pilot. I think our grade was 4.95 out of 5, and we are starting a new class, and we are going to graduate 27. We started with 9, and we are going to do 3 times that. It's going to be 27 executives. What about those who are not in? We are going to be out? No, we are going to bring this debate inside the house. Juliana and Flavia found out about Toda's book group. We are now in ODS 5. I think we have 3 years to have 50% in our payroll. And we found this platform that works skill for women. I'm going to take a look. There are 16 skills: adaptability, flexibility, the imposter syndrome, with another number, a beautiful number, management, finances, many skills that every woman from CCEE will have access to that information. And thinking about he for she, men are going to say, why I cannot have training? Well, now we are offering training to them, a school platform to every worker. So if I could give any kind of advice, I would say that we are uno. Uno when we balance female and male, men and women. We are different, but we have specific features, and when we add this force, we become forces of nature. I'm going to conclude. What I could say and what I want to say and advice that I wanted to pass to you to be successful is, someone made me this question recently in an interview, and I was thinking about the question, and I don't know what the answer, but it surprised me. Rose, what can you say to other women that are in leadership roles? And I said, we have the obligation, it's our duty, we are responsible with all other women. We need to pass them that we are a nature, a force of nature. We are a queen. You need to understand that. And when we are aware of our nature and our strength, we do whatever we want, when we want. And we don't have to be executive. If you only want to be a mom, be a mother. If you want to be a housewife, be a housewife. If you want to be if you don't want to have kids, don't have kids. You know? It's not about professional success, your personal, individual success. You finding you as a whole, your uniqueness and your integrity as a human being. This is what I want to say. Congratulations, Rosana Santos, for your words. Mariana Veldman, thank you for conducting this panel. And Wilson Ferreira Jr., the president of Eletrobras. Paula, let's take a picture. Paula Altavilla, Nalu Ferraccioli, Rosane Santos, and Wilson Ferreira Jr.
Energia. E nós faremos daqui a pouco o nosso último.
And soon we'll have our last panel. Our event is almost at the end. But I want to ask you, because at the end we're going to have a surprise for each one of you. They're also serving some drinks, so we can conclude this event with a golden key, so we'll be together and talk and make more connections. Thank you. Thank you all. So while they say goodbye, the panel Consumption of Women Entrepreneur Forum, We Forum, will approach important points of the area, such as perspectives of retails, the scenery of e-commerce, and general perspectives of the sector. It's a very important subject. And being the highlight of the presence, thank you so much, dears. As the highlights of our present, the e-commerce in Brazil got to 262.7 billion in 2022, an increase of 1.6% concerning last year. And according to a survey of Nielsen, there was a rise of 24% in the amount of consumers in the Brazilian e-commerce comparing to 2021. Although the growth was a lot lower, the inflation after years of two-digit highs in the pandemic, the value represents a record for the sector that had a lot of female presence. Among the female entrepreneurs of all sizes and revenue, 72% of women work online against 64% of men. And as mobilizator of this panel, we have the honor of calling Daniela Abreu. She's the founder of Sustain Police. And I like to call on to the stage and a round of applause. Thank you. Welcome, Daniela. It's a pleasure having you here. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Monica the invitation for being with you here. It's an honor being part of We Forum. It's my first time here in the second edition, and I've enjoyed so much yesterday and today listening, reflecting with all the talks and all the contributions, the interactions and networking. I have 2 minutes and 35, so I won't be long. My background is engineering, so this last panel really talks a lot about my world. I come from a very male world. I never felt different. So sometimes in women's forums, in women's groups, this talk of mine, people think it's kind of strange, but you will understand where I want to get to. I always loved math and physics, so I went to engineering. And my grades were good. In college, my grades were good. And I developed very well and in my grades and in my corporate world, and I became president of the World Trade Center in the south of Brazil. And I never noticed the difference between being women and women working. But my word is very specific. It's a very technical word, and we take into account technical abilities. But I lived 12 years in Europe and came back to Brazil. And when I came to Brazil, I joined Lead Mulher in Brazil, and I began understanding more this the leadership of women and the need of leading and empowering women and bringing women to more power positions. So within the World Trade Center, we created recently the WTC Woman, and people say, but WTC has no WTC woman. Why do WTC woman? What's the difference? But we understand that there's an opportunity to diminish this gap, to mitigate this gap. I'm not going to say why this happened, but as an engineer, I'm going to the goals and how do I see that we can work with this. So we have a plan here. Regina is here, is the president of WTC Women in the south of Brazil and we have a plan and a goal to work with business women who'd like to internationalize, who'd like to work throughout the world and to get to know and travel and take their business abroad. So on WTC, we opened this gate to this opportunity, and it makes a lot of sense in this next panel because we understand that as women lead in the consumption decisions, they can also lead in the production of this change. So we are in Brazil working international agenda. WTC has 3 pillars. We have the Will State. You know those buildings in São Paulo. So it's just an opportunity to create a software which is a business club, which is a business networking club of business people who would like to connect with this international environment. And I've had this opportunity. I see opportunities for several women and so they can be as international as they want to. And the third pillar is the international trade, which is the opportunity that we see for businesswomen to take their business to the world, to reach new horizons and to look abroad and to internationalize their business. My time is over, so I came to say that look at this audience and I'm really motivated and inspired, and I'd like to motivate all of you so that you're not only in Brazil, you dream only not in Brazil, but also dream about the world and have a great panel. Thank you so much. So let's begin calling to the stage. Thank you, Daniela Abreu. For this panel, we'd like to invite the moderator, Cristiane Amaral, leader in the consumer retail sector of Ernst Young for South America. A round of applause. Also, I'd like to call Mr. Dan Cockrell, the speaker, author, former executive of Disney, and former vice president of Magic Kingdom. Also, Mr. Liel Miranda, president of Mondelez Brazil, and Mrs. Flavia Bittencourt, managing director, Latin America, board member, Adidas. Welcome. You have the floor, Cristiane. Good afternoon, nearly good evening. I said that Rio really beautiful, but someone from Rio said it's not as nice. But it's amazing to be here today with you talking about a very important subject, which is the females leadership and a diverse world and a better world to be and to work on. I am a partner of EY. I was the first partner promoted in Latin America, and I'm from Northeast, and I'm very short. So I had a bit of everything in this composition. My first college was in Northeast of Brazil. It was in São Paulo or outside of or abroad. So I've heard so many things and gone through several things. Uh, I'm not proud of telling beautiful stories, and I hope that next generations can have a better world to work on. At EY, we have a study that is called Women Fast Forward, and it shows how long we're going to finish this diversity gap. Those who has kids between 10 to 15 years old, do you think that your kids will have a gapless world? Who has kids between 1 to 10 years old? Do you think your kids will have a gapless world? Do you know how many years that this diversity gap will end? This year is updated every year. 132 years. That's unacceptable. 132 years this diversity gap will end. It means something is changing. If you follow the number every year, you see the criteria and the changes. So I really, it's a great pleasure. I accepted the invitation to be here to moderate this panel. And we have three amazing people with diverse gazes. And these are the people who can help these numbers to diminish. So first, Flavia, you have an amazing story. You were the first Brazilian person to take on the leadership in Adidas in Brazil. And I didn't say the gender, and it was the first woman and the only one to lead a region, global region in Adidas. Also, you're from the board of BRF and Clinics and Tinas. Along this history, how do you see your contribution as a woman leader in Adidas? And how do you notice this diversity inclusion in the boards that you are part? And what do you bring from this experience to share with us? Good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here with you talking about a subject that is really relevant. because diversity has a lot to do not only with gender and the color of the skin, is to accept people to be different than you are. And I see several diversity policies and say, yes, we want women and black people and older people, but when they get there, you expect them to think and act and agree 100% with what you do, and that's not the spirit. The spirit is to bring different backgrounds, thinkings, and experiences. That's why we are for diversity. If the word would be made by women, we would be advocating for presence of men. I used to work at Sephora, and we had 80% of women, and we were working to have more men there. So it's no good saying just we want more women, more black people, or different profiles, but as long as they act as and think as you do. Well, you can increase the numbers, but you won't improve the numbers of your company. I was the first Brazilian, and by chance, a woman to lead editors in Brazil, the first Latin to lead Latin America. They were always Europeans, and also the first woman to lead the region. That has 75 years of the company here. So I am in this position. It's important for those who come after me because I am just opening ways. But the most important is how much can I contribute and bring in terms of different ideas and be heard in my company. That's much more relevant for myself. And there's a very interesting story because in Latin America, Adidas has just published its results. It grew 1% last year. Latin America grew 47%. And then you start being heard. What are you doing differently? How are you leading? And since I came, we have an engagement of 85% of our team, and you show that you move culture, you move people. If you don't look to the market and to the consumer, but you have to look at your inner consumer, which are your employees. So finally, being heard and being respected is what makes a difference for myself, and makes I'm in different boards. I'm in Go Clinics, people from different boards, doctors, and myself. I am the only connection they have with reality, the final consumer. Also with Tim, I've worked at telecom market, but a lot of economists, people from the telecom market, and myself. So I bring the gaze of the consumer and the employees of the company. Same thing at BRF, a lot of people from that industry. I've never worked at agribusiness, but I bring the gaze of consumer, the point of view of internal culture. So this is the importance to have a different point of view sitting in that chair. Thank you, Flavia. You were saying something very important throughout the morning. We were talking about leadership that represents society and represents the consumer. We have also here the pleasure of having Dan. Sorry, it's good I don't use much paper. And Dan was one of the founders, as I understood. He created the Disney Paris Foundation. Also, he was a VP of the Magic Kingdom at Disney. And for most of you, Disney is a case of success in enchanting the client. And they've worked and you've structured when nobody was talking about consumer experience like that. And you've done several years ago, and you brought inspiration, purpose of, and knowledge of consumer, and until today, you have the success of this company. So then, if you could share a little bit of your view about what made this success happen, how diversity was present, and how did you mobilize not only the result that you wanted in your career at Disney, but how to make Disney be successful in Paris. And you began parking cars. You can. So there was a whole journey of success.
Eu gostaria de começar hoje
talk about my experiences at Disney. You know, I spent 26 years there, over 19 jobs. So I had an incredible opportunity to learn how a company should be run. And Disney's made a lot of mistakes. But I think at a base level, the core competencies of how Disney understands how it runs its business goes back to its founder, Walt Disney, who understood these basic human needs and how to deliver those through the business. And I think Disney's done a good job of staying disciplined and not being distracted off of that, those basic human needs. And when you can deliver that emotional connection, you have a great business. People want to come back, they want to talk about you, they want to be connected with you. Now, there's two concepts I want to introduce because they're going to be threaded throughout as I speak today. The first one is a quote by Charles Darwin, and I think it's very appropriate to what we're talking about here. He said that, you know, it is not the strongest of the species that will survive. It's not the most intelligent. It will be the one that's most adaptable to change. And I think companies right now, we look at climate change, we look at diversity, we look at women. The world is changing, and the companies that are paying attention and they are willing to change and not sit on their past success, but look towards the future, are going to be the ones that are going to be successful. And I think that's really important because a lot of companies right now are not paying attention, and they're not going to be around in 10, 20 years because other companies have gotten on board with change that's happening. The other one thing I'm going to talk about is I want to mention is this idea of humble confidence. And, you know, in life, I think everything is on a spectrum. And on one end of the spectrum, you need to have humility when you live in this world. I think you need to have humility running businesses. You need to have humility as a person because humility allows personal growth. It allows you to learn. It allows you to be self-aware that you don't have all the answers. And when you're humble, you're more willing to reach out towards the goals of your organization. But there's also a confidence you need to have. And there's a confidence to make decisions. And there's a confidence to say, you know what, I'm in charge and I have to move forward. And I may make a mistake, but this is my responsibility. And I'm going to move forward with that. And so I would say, generally, I think men need more humility. And I think women need more confidence. And I think once we meet that gap, that's where we're really going to have success. So coming back to your question, the Walt Disney Company, I think Disney understands it's not selling food, it's not selling attractions, it's not selling merchandise, it's selling experiences. And once you understand that, when you're in the business of creating and selling experiences, then you have to be able to communicate that to your employees because they're the ones that are creating those moments. This is where the humility comes. As the Vice President of the Magic Kingdom, my contribution to the guest experience was very small because I wasn't talking to the guests. 12,000 of my employees were. So everything I did had to translate into their success, them knowing that their performance was going to be the key to our success, and I served them. And it's easy when you get into an executive role to get the trappings of success and a nice office and a car and all the things that come with that. But you have to keep reminding yourself that your success is based on the success of your team and your employees. And it always has to come back to that. And I think companies and Disney over time has always gone back to the frontline employees and making them the heroes of the organization and reminding them how important they are in bringing that to life. And so, you know, business is art and science. There's a science to organizing it. There's a science to understanding what your customers want. What problem are you solving for your customers? What do your customers need? And understand the science of that and the surveys and the research. And then the art of it is being involved in your businesses. And I think that's what I was held accountable when working for Disney, not only to be a strategic thinker to run the business, but I was expected to take responsibility for every single interaction that happened in my operation was on me. I had to make sure that that was successful. And so I had to be accessible. In the last panel I heard, well, no, Flavia just said it, you know, connecting yourself to reality. It's easy after a while to forget who your customer is, forget the experience. And if you don't get out and understand actually what makes that happen, you can lose your way. So I think over time, Disney stayed very disciplined to know that they were serving the customer, knowing that if they took care of the employees, that they would take care of the customer, and your customers will come back again and again. As we were talking at breakfast this morning, nothing is easy. There are no magical solutions in life. It's about being organized, leading with intent, and having a plan and taking risks and moving forward. And I think if we stay there, we'll have success over time.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you for sharing that. And we all, if we didn't live the Disney experience, we want to live that. And it looks easy. You enter there and you feel like everything, it's magical. And this diverse look will build the success on Disney, on how this company was built. And talking about the diverse look, I'd like to introduce to you Liel. Liel is the president of Mondelez. If you don't know what is Mondelez, he's going to talk what is Mondelez. Liel is an executive for 25 years in many, many countries, and this will give a different view on cultural inclusion because he worked in China, Canada, England, Brazil. But there's a fact that he doesn't know that I'm going to mention. That is one of the reasons why I invited him to this panel. I was at a different panel with Liel on Abras in the supermarket retail business. And when I was working at the foyer, there was a team from Mondelez. There were sailors, men and women. And they didn't know who I was and what I was going to do. I was just grabbing a snack. And then I realized that the president, it was good. It was Christmas time, and he asked who is on vacation, who is going to prepare Christmas for everyone, and then he was talking to everyone on the sales team. You don't know about that, right? This humbleness of being there with the consumer and with your employees and including everyone. And the result of this inclusion, he's selling that idea because of this diversity of thoughts. See how many women you have in the population, how many people are from Z generation or brown people or black people. If you don't have that view, nothing different will happen, nor here, nor anywhere. But I would like you, Liel, to share with us the diversity that you are bringing in this view of seeing. You could only be the president, right? Just be the president, but you are there. What was your first action? We're there on the floor of the factory. How do you see this women leading, and how do you see the contribution of female leadership, and how Mondelez treat and contribute to reduce the gap? First of all, good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. First, starting to talk about Mondelez. Mondelez, we sell emotion. You buy Lacta, Bis, there's chocolates, Sonho, Trident, Halls, all these chocolates and candy, things that will give you pleasure, that will be indulgent, or will feel you some comfort when you are tired or when you are sad, and Mondelez can deliver that to you. Because we sell emotion, we need to understand the consumer. Many panels mentioned that before. A company will be more competitive when it represents the society. And to represent society, we have 50% of all leaderships are in the hands of women. In my leadership team, we are 11 people. We are 6 women and 5 men. And it's natural to us. It was not forced. It was a program that we started many, many years ago to, in a very deliberate way, to develop people through their talents. And I believe I like to talk about that this idea of quota or target, it's against meritocracy, but it's not against it. It's pro-meritocracy. What is against meritocracy is having 50% of the female population and 20% of those achieving leading positions. There's something wrong with that. There's a barrier that are not allowing people to get there. The same thing regarding black people. You have 66 people of people that will declare themselves as black, and you have less than 10 people that are black in leading positions in company. And Mondelez is working on that representativity. Why? Because it's not one consumer, one Brazil. It's not one consumption moment. It's many Brazils, many consumers, many people that will buy. We need to be represented. Consumer needs to be represented, and to be represented, we need to have a team that represents consumer. This is how we see diversity. It's not quota. It's having access to talents that don't have opportunities. It's representing society realistically, developing the best product, the best marketing, the best distribution strategy. When I mention my brands, we have brands like Biz that communicate with young people. Then we have people that are more connected with street art and like Club Social. And then we have some brands that will talk to older consumers in a different position, like Lacta Sensations, not in marketing, because marketing, they need to be represented in publicity, but they need to be represented on the team that is building and doing everything. This is how we see diversity in Mondelez. This is part of our DNA. And how do I see personally the role of the allies, men? This is not a woman issue. It's the same thing as the black issue, the racism and the access of black people to leading positions. It's not a problem of black people. It's a problem of Brazilian society. It's our problem. And if we that are in a position where we can make the change, where we can make the difference, because you make the decisions in the recruiting policies. If we don't do anything, it will take us 133 years. But if we do something, we can speed up this movement, and society will be able to buy more, people will have more competitiveness, and consumers will win because they will have products that represent their reality and not a product that represents something from the Matrix in Faria Lima or England or United States. This will represent the reality of the consumer. This is how Mondelez is acting on diversity issues. Thank you, Leon. See, I'm in a very privileged position. I can eat chocolate. I love and I can wear an Adidas clothing, and then I can travel to Disney. So I'm living this panel in a dream coming true. I'm talking about a dream then. Today, you help companies to develop their own strategies. You help companies enchanting the consumer and help them to grow, including these diversities. And because of this multicultural background that you have, how do you see that are the next steps? What can you bring as a suggestions to every CEOs that are here, every business owners?
Response, and I think Flavia is also, it's a very practical question, because a lot of times we ask ourselves, does have a diverse team, is it a better business strategy? And we keep asking the question. We all know the answer. The answer is yes. So we know it needs to be done. We're here today with mostly women, and everyone here agrees there should be more women in leadership roles, because women have a different, diverse point of view that they can bring to the table, people of color. And so we all know these are all right. And if you ask any CEO, do you believe in these principles, they're going to say yes. It's not about whether you believe in it or not. It's about what is your plan? What are the behaviors and the actions that you're going to follow up with? They're going to make this a reality. And we all see today in the world, we see companies say things, we see politicians say things, but we need to look beyond that of what they actually do, because behaviors is a representation of your values. And so there has to be follow-up. So at Disney, one of the things I found was you were held accountable for two things. You were held accountable for the results, and you were held accountable for the behaviors in which you led. And so at the beginning of every year, I would sit down with my team, and my boss would sit down with me and say, okay, what are your goals this year? My goal is to grow the business by 5%. My goal is to find 3% savings in cost. We go all through the financials. Then we get to the other goals. Okay, how are you going to support women this year in leadership roles? Do you believe that's something that's important to you? Of course I do. Okay, great. What specifically are you going to do about that? Well, I'm going to mentor 3 young female leaders in the organization and help them prepare for the next step and give them encouragement and give them advice. I'm going to become the sponsor of maybe an up-and-coming leader who's ready for an executive role, and I'm going to take ownership to get her into a role and make sure she's prepared for that. So it's not just about us getting up and saying we're really excited about this, we want this to move forward. There has to be measurable goals. The last panel, someone mentioned that. You can't measure, you can't improve what you can't measure. And so I think we need to not only be very inspirational and very emotional about this topic, but I think we need to get down to very specific goals. And that starts with personal responsibility and accountability. And I think that holds responsibility and accountability for executives who are in these positions of power. And they need to be challenged. And if they really do believe these things are important, these questions need to be asked. And so I would tell everyone here, when you go back to your organizations, approach a highly influential leader. It may be a woman and it may be a man, but approach them and ask them if they'll be your sponsor. Will they be someone who will be available to you to be able to move forward, to learn from? And the people who believe in this will say yes. And the people who say they believe in it but don't really do, maybe won't be available. And so I think it comes down to very practical behaviors, measurable, and that's how we move forward all the time. But you have to demonstrate, this cannot be delegated. It has to be something that you take ownership for, you have personal responsibility for, and you drive forward to bring results.
O Dan falou de alguma.
Dan said some things that are very important, like having ownership, having practical actions, and like to walk the talk and live for real the values that you believe. And one of the things that when I talked to Flavia, it was the journey, her logic. Flavia worked in the finance sectors, telecom, industry, retail. Then she was an entrepreneur. She was the founder of Sephora here in Brazil. Now she's one of the counselors and president CEO on Adidas. What is in common with all these industries you worked? And she said, Cristiane, I like human beings. I like looking at the consumers, the consumer experience. This is what moves me. And I believe this is part of your diverse look. You said that Adidas had 47% growth against 1 if compared with global. How much this diverse look, how were the questions you made? Sometimes we mention leading women in leading positions, we think about acknowledgement, empowering, and counseling, but we don't talk enough about practical things that created the result, that made the result different, using a diverse look. And you gave me some examples, and I know you have others. What did you do that provoked a change in Adidas to have such special result? And how do you see this relevance in counseling, management counseling, or boards in business world? Well, first of all, I was the first Latin American to lead Latin America. And when you are in multinational companies, they are against risk. And in Latin America, it's all about risk. Governments are changing all the time, inflation, unemployment. This is Latin America. We were playing on defense field. And when you are playing on the defense field, it's different from playing on attack. 5%, it's less than inflation. This is playing not to lose. When I got there, I said, I want to be number one. I don't like being number two. What is the gap to number two? What do we need to do? From now on, this is what I want to do. I want to be the market leader, but I'm just one. I'm only the CEO of the company. I called my directs and I said, do you want that? I'm here for the legacy. I'm not here for the payment at the end of the month. I'm not here for my ego, my position, my bonus. I'm here because I want to bring and leave a better company as a legacy. I want to be number one. If you are with me, I can do it. Making turnaround is easy. You just close everyone, you dismiss people, but growing, it's bottom up. People need to believe that it's possible. Do you believe that it's possible? Well, we believe. Okay, it's not enough 5, 6, 8. We need to grow 20, 30. That's a different plan, a different game. The talents required are different. Those that think that are talent, are they real talents? Maybe they are talents to grow 6. Are they good enough to grow 20? You start asking things that people don't want to talk about. And women as a topic. We know that women buy much more than men. For a man, only one short, black short, 2 T-shirts and a sneaker, it's okay. But women are going to have 20 tops and 20 bottoms and skirts she's going to buy for her husband, for the kids, for everyone. Why we're not focused in women? Oh, we focus in women, but women, they don't do sports. But we have here some athletes. Come on. They can inspire on athletes, but she's going to be inspired by the neighbor, the other woman, the woman that she follows on Instagram. She's not buying on Instagram, oh, because I'm not from sports. I'm not even going to Adidas. But Adidas has fashion. We have originals. Am I distributing at the right place? We started distributing at Amaro. I don't know if you know about Amaro. It's an online retail store. It's completely different because you have a dress with a sneaker. You have a top with the jeans and a blazer. When I show a top, I'll show with a short and a tennis shoes, a normal tennis shoe. But at Amaro, they will have a different look, a different way to use. And let's think about our influencers, the distribution system, what is going to be the approach to this woman, how are we going to tell the story. We need to change the way we're telling, and this changed the results. Women grew 44% in a World Cup year. In a World Cup, the plan was to grow 20%. And I said, no, if we're going to grow 47% for men, we're going to reach 47 for women, and we got to 44. We made different questions, and we questioned things we were doing, and we need to bring people with you. And women, we do it better than men. We sell the dream better. You are the ones that are going to tell us to do what we have to do. You are the ones to grow the plan, not me. I can help. I can make the right questions, but we need the team. We need 4,000 employees to build what we build, and this is how we reached the result we reached. And the same provocation I do in other companies that I work. I do the same questions when I go to TIM or BRF or Clinics. Why was I was changing?
in Mondelez. But what are about our clients, our suppliers, and our society in the world? We want to influence the society as well. We have a program of 600 million reais of different suppliers. So we buy from suppliers that are led by women or by black people or people with deficiency. Uh, and we changed the policies of credit of a contractor and how they should supply to us. So you need to have action. So Mondelez and myself, we believe that this is good for company. You need to do what is good for the company, but the ecosystem will be stronger than the company itself. So Mover is moving for racial equality. It was done. We are 47 companies. These 47 companies are committed to three things. First, we will create 10,000 leadership positions for black people in within these companies. And these 47 companies have more than 1 million employees. We will create 10,000 positions. That's possible. Each company has a target, and we monitor that. Second thing is investing in training of black people. So we invest 50 million reais per year to train for training, especially in technology and English language, because these are the greatest barriers for them. And the third commitment is to influence our value chain, our suppliers and clients. And this is where this program comes of 600 million reais invested in different suppliers. This kind of partnership is something that we believe has more impact than each company having a separate diversity program and social investments, because together we are stronger, together we do more. This is the motto of Mover, but it's my personal motto, and we are doing a new election with new board, and since its foundation I was leading Mover, and there's a huge intersectionality when you invest in racial issues. If you 50% of the people are women, and also investing 50% of women. So this turns the wheel as a whole. This is a Mondelez belief and a personal belief of mine as well. That's why we work in different suppliers at Mover. We're part of the UN Pact, and we're part of those small associations that can make a difference together. You talked about three pillars, and in my point of view, and UI's view also is important, taking care of people, community, and our ecosystem and our partners. This way we amplificate the impact that can bring this reduction of that gap. And one of the things is having a practical solution. What makes a difference, as you said, about Mover and what you're bringing of the companies that you advise. And as Flavia was talking about, provoking the point of view of customer and bring the need of a whole population for a global company that understood, that thought they had all the answers. So we have 10 more minutes, but I wanted to use this time to ask you, because we've talked about leadership and entrepreneurship, and what's left for the next generation? What do you understand that is being done and that needs to be done by the next generation? All of us, we have kids, and we hear my daughter nowadays, she's 18 years old, and when she was 10 years old, I was walking her at the Paulista Avenue, and I was speaking at the cell phone working. I was talking with Sylvia Faz, who was here in the morning. We were talking about a panel that we were going to organize, and she said, why are you discriminating women? and I was really, I'm not discriminating. I'm going to make a panel about female inclusion. So, but we don't need this. This is discrimination. We are as shocked as I was at the time. She doesn't see any kind of difference. For her, there's no difference for her to say that we were the opposite of what we're used to. And at the same thing, I've heard that in different points of view. And I know that we still 132 years to go in terms of wage difference, promotion issues. When I took over in UI, we went a great place store in Brazil. We went not awarded for inclusion in Brazil in different aspects in terms of intersectionality of what he was saying. But I remember my story. We need to be everything, but we need to influence and be and ask, request this from our suppliers and our clients. And I was talking to a client, the president of Great Lakes Solar, who is an amazing guy. He said, transformation such as this will take 3 to 4 years. And I said, no way, 12 months. And we did it. So we don't need this 132 years. For God's sake, nobody stands this anymore. The world doesn't stand anymore. The next generation doesn't stand this anymore. So I'd like you to talk a little bit more about this perspective. What is being done for this next generation? What do you think that needs to be done? The same question for all of you. And also, I'll take this advice to practice. Well, I have 4 kids and 3 girls. And one of the reasons I'm here are my daughters, because it was very, very hard to get here. People say, oh, look at there, she's very successful, very easy. It wasn't easy. You know it's not easy. You're here, and you know it's not easy. And I didn't want them to go through what I've gone through, or at least if they went through, they had more support, know who to talk to, and that's when I began doing mentorship for women. And today I organize mentorship for women who already have a career, want to be in the council board, and girls who don't know what to do in college. And I do more mentorship for women than for men. Why? Because they bring more emotional issues. You come with a doubt. When I started singing, I wanted more women to be countries presidents, and they say, but if we don't want to be president, we're going to send us away. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you like to be president of a country, of a region? Why don't you want to grow? Oh no, too much pressure. I won't be able to be a good mother because my husband won't like it. What if I make more money than my husband? What I got separated from my country, and we cannot move countries, and because I cannot travel because of my kids, or because I have to take care of my mother, because daughters take care of their mothers and their fathers. So when women begin to bring all these emotional issues, it's not just an issue of quota. We need to work in terms of their professional development, but their emotional development as well, their mind development. Okay, so how can we do this together? I'm here to help you. Do you have other partners? How can I help you? How is your flexible work hours? How not if you don't need to change countries? How can we make it right? No company has these answers. We need women to help us have these answers. But the company doesn't help us. But we are the company. Let's do something here. What are we going to propose? And I started noticing that we need to help in all different phases of life. Today, my younger kid is 14 years old. My oldest is 29, and I see that the 14 years old as you doesn't know this, that she will face these barriers. She says, "I want to be president of a company like my mom." And my 29-year-old said, "Oh, that's very hard. How's going to share maternity with work. Will I be able and to get there? So many times it's not just only the company, but it's also the woman as well. That's what I try to do. Well, I also have several kids from 12 to 19 years old. And someone said in the previous panel, the next generation challenge, in my opinion, is the definition of success. We grew up thinking that success was to be presidents of a company, to be a high level executive, having, buying property. People don't think about that. Definition of success is experiences, being able to use things that are not yours. Definition of success is the artistic expression and being able to do creative things. I'm not the hero, my kid's hero. YouTube is my kid's hero. So this change of success definition and acceptance of what is success, and that works for boys and girls, men and women. But for women, it's even harder because for men, if you choose a career, and you give less attention for your personal life, you're applauded. If you choose to give attention for personal life, you're a holy man. For the women, if you decide to give attention for your family life, oh, poor girl, she just she gave up a career. And so a woman has greater challenge, and we need to make it easier for the next generation that success depends on, relies on each one. I wasn't raised like this, but that's how we should raise this next generation, and they will be much more successful and happier than we were, because there are several more opportunities out there than these traditional careers and jobs.
Take something I heard from Flavia and Leaux. I think there's a lot of wisdom here. One is this concept: are you playing to win? Are you playing to not lose? And you all, women have the talent, they have the skills, they have the passion, and I think you just need to decide that you're not going to be on the defense, and you are going to lean in, and you are going to step in and go ahead and have the confidence to know that you can do whatever you want to do. And you need encouragement. You need people around you we've all gotten help in our careers somewhere along the way. And you need to reach out to bring in a support network. No one gets anything done by themselves. And if they think they have, then they lack a lot of self-awareness, because we've all gotten help. So you need to reach out to your network and bring in people to help you move forward and really realize your potential. Because a lot of times the reason you're not able to realize your potential is other people are scared of what you can do. They don't want you in these kind of positions. And you need to go ahead and use just get that confidence to step forward and build these communities. I think these times when you all together can get together and know how powerful you are is such a valuable thing. And so moving forward, I would just say keep encouraging each other. You do not lack the skill. You do not lack the competency. There's nothing you lack except the encouragement to keep each other moving forward, and hold organizations accountable to put you in roles where you're going to reach your potential. And that can be in a company, or that can be running your own company. But I think once you make that decision, everything just starts changing the way you approach the world. My wife and I have 3 kids. We have 1 girl. We need to provide, she is so talented and beautiful, but she needed constant encouragement. And she's finally, at 24 years old, she's starting to realize, I have a lot of skills and I can ask for things, and I'm not afraid anymore to step up and ask. And we've given her that encouragement. And I think once you start to do that, you're going to get the kind of respect that you deserve. And so go ahead and have the men step up and put their money where their mouth is, and hold them accountable to do the things they're talking about are important.
I think we've heard from the point of view of the entrepreneur, the company, the leader, the father, the mother, and all this make up for what we need to go forward. And there's one thing that I'd like to remember. There are some structural factors in our countries that makes it hard to do all of this. So usually women have kids when she's 20, 25, she's in the middle management, and when salaries are so sort of the same, but there's still a salary difference that is quite relevant in our country. And woman has 3 to 6 months of maternal leave, and a man has 1 week. Who do you think stops working? Normally, it's women. So being able to bring men for the debate and being able to discuss together and understanding what we need to do so this equality happens is not just a woman's training or acknowledgement of women or the result that she brings. There are structural issues that need to be modified in this country. And while the government doesn't change a few things, and we've heard several examples here from the private sector, is changing a lot. Throughout our careers, you know the difficulty that it was. I've heard a lot of no's in my life. The first no I've heard was from my father. I was 7 years old and said, "Okay, bye." And we start to get used to it, but that shouldn't be normal. It shouldn't be necessary to fight so much. So as long as all the struggle is necessary, okay, but understanding the value that these diverse gazes bring to business. And of course, we need to understand that saying no is part of the show, part of what each one of you lives. And I've heard some comments of you from lunchtime. And today I am IY partner and I lead the sector for South America. We are 8,000 people, several clients really demanding to change things, to make things happen. My husband really encouraged me throughout our whole life. Nowadays he doesn't speak, he doesn't move. I have an ICU at home, and life goes on. And what I've learned in life, and I want to share with you. And the final word of our panelists was, only one person can determine what's possible for myself, and that person is myself. Don't let anyone, don't let anyone determine this to you, whether in a professional situation, whether in a personal situation or health situation. The doctor says that's impossible. Said, okay, those who believe and who's going to run after things and put the bread on your table is you. So don't let others determine limits to you. So for the last minutes that we have here, a minute each one, what do you want to leave for what contributions do you want to leave here? What final words do you want to leave here? And so thank you, Monica. We talked a lot about the forum and this internationalization of the panel, the diverse gaze and hybrid panels. So I'd like to ask you this final word for those who are watching, for those who are here, who are watching at YouTube.
Well, in a very fast way, doing what you are doing is very important for our society to improve and diversity to happen. Networking, ecosystems, partnerships, this is going to change the movement. Each individual, each company, we can do a little. But when we get together, groups, in associations, in forums like this, the power of mobilization, of social mobilization will grow much stronger.
The art and science of what you're doing. Having the meetings, having the conversations, inspiring each other, encouraging each other, role modeling, sharing best practices, helping each other move forward, pulling each other up. But I also think the science of this, demanding very specific goals, looking to do this with a lot of intent, measurement, and make sure that there's a plan in place and the organizations are aligned to help you move forward to where you need to be. So embrace the art and embrace the science, and I think you'll have the best chance possible of making your organizations great and enhancing your own careers.
Bom, acho que muito foi falado nesse fórum aqui da parte que eu assisti.
I think enough was said about the power of networking, the power of community. This will move things. You are strong woman. If you were not, you wouldn't be here. You have a lot of confidence, but sometimes you need someone else pushing you. Count with that person, because helping each other, we can reach further. Well, I learned a lot today. I'm doing this exercise of listening more than speaking, and I'm listening, and today it was my day. I learned a lot, I went a lot, and my exercise of listening. Flavia, you are amazing. I'm in love with you. Dan, thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad that you're here. And Chris, on my room, she only talks with paper and pen in hands, with graphics and charts and numbers. And oh my God, I have to think things very differently than I was thinking. Chris is that person that changes everything. And Leon, you sell feelings and sensations. You are my partner at Bungie Network. Thank you for being here. I know how is your calendar, your schedule. It's very hard to put new appointments. I hope you had liked, because I loved today. And I would like to thank my partners, Mariani and Feldman, my vice, and Ana Padra, because she had a appointment in São Paulo. This woman, they were amazing. And also Gabriela, Olival, Dominique. There are many people that are here. Deborah, volunteer. They are volunteers to build things. It's a privilege, my privilege. Thank you very much for your companies. We have some surprises. We have a picture that we have to take, and then we have a video. Chris is only thinking about her airplane that she's supposed to take. Let's take a picture. I want to be part of this panel, and then we are going to have a video that is a surprise and some gifts to you, okay? Congratulations. Thank you. And to make this event an event with this size, the team, the backstage team, they are amazing. It's a lot of work, a lot of hard work to make this event come true. Thank you very much. Now we are going to have the best moments. Am I right? Is that a surprise to all of us? Do you have time to edit the video? Let's take a look. What we had yesterday and today on WeForum. people involved, Monica, our host, the creator of this amazing project and work. I get really emotional to be part of the second version. I hope we have a third edition and that we are all together again. And I would like to close the activities and like to thank you all for your presence and that we are here these 2 days. And I hope to see you again in 2024 with a lot of connections and new improvements in the women entrepreneur scenario. See you in 2024 and see you again very soon.